Okay, testing. Let's see if there's an echo today. It'll be nice if it's not. No, it's gonna be echo. I'm late. T-Pain made me late. T-Pain made me late because I was watching T-Pain. I forgot who sent it to me. I think Henry sent it to me just now. T-Pain was playing Black Myth Wukong, which was very, very, very entertaining. He seems to like it too, a lot. Black Myth is really taking over. No lie, this is really taking over. Wanted to just make sure no notifications need to be sent. I already sent everything out, and YouTube did their part to the degree. We didn't start at 11 because, like I said, I knew I was gonna be busy today, so try to start a little later. Get this out the way. I also want to transform this into this. Okay, we're good. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Not morning. Good afternoon. We're going to get started real quick. I'm gonna half it today. We're gonna give a shout out to the people on the super chats. We're gonna give a shout out to the members and mods in the chat. It's kind of half and half today. Big shout out to the people that have been subscribing. I see those numbers going up, and all the people that are hitting the like buttons. Cause I'm getting like a YouTube content creator roundup every week, and I just read it this morning, and I saw that we're up like 370, about 370 plus likes last week, which were pretty high. So good shit on that. Cool. So let me get started with that. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. There are things that people are coming to me with, and you guys want me to cover it. I will cover it. I don't know how far our reach is going to be today on who I can help educate and if they're going to listen. That's one of the biggest things in our community. It is also very discouraging when you go out of your way to like kind of create a video or create a live stream or to even just talk about something to try to help the community, and then no one cares. I feel like I've got to get to it later. It's a lot. I just really want to touch on that. So we're gonna run through the chat. I'm giving a shout out to the last few super chats. Then we're gonna get to the chat. We're gonna skip the members today because the members, if you guys are here, you're in the chat. So I'm just letting you guys pile up real quick. If you're hearing the sound of my voice, make sure you're known in the chat. You got about like a minute because the super chat should be very, very easy to cover. Still pretty diverse. Everybody's different. So the last 6 super chats on the preview are Chief Dot, Frostbite / Viper Reaps Corner, JRO49, The Claymores, and Anonymous Boss. Once again, Chief Dot, Frostbite Slash, Viper Reaps Corner, JRO49, The Claymores, and Anonymous Boss. Those are the last 6 super chats that we have gotten on our last few streams. Big shout out to those individuals. We're going to go down in the chat live and cover the people in the chat. If you are here, make yourself known. We have a big stream to go to cover today. There's a lot of different news to cover. There's like 3 topics in the title, but there's like fucking 20 micro topics. Briarios was the first person in the chat today. He says, "Good morning, Mr. J." Good morning, Briarios. You are a mod and a member. We also have Harlem PS Gamer. He is a mod. Alexander Clifton is a mod. Lucci Sky is a mod. Concord Hater is a mod and a member. We have Henry Heck. He's a mod and a member. Fidel is a mod. Sorry, Fidel is a member. And I'm a key babies. I don't know who you are, but welcome to the stream. I haven't seen you before. Devontae Carter is also in the chat. He is a mod and a member. I'm waiting for a few other people. One of the reasons why I wanted to start a little tad bit late is to see if we could get more people in here. Other than that, we'll just go back to 11 o'clock on Thursday. I'm gonna give you guys let's go over a good 5 minutes. Actually, I'm not gonna give you that long. I'll give you about 2 minutes. Anybody hearing the sound of my voice, if you have not gotten a voice chat shout out by myself, you can get one of those right now if you make yourself known in the chat. Also, hit that like button. It is definitely helping us out. The like button is not a monetary thing. It's more like the more likes we get, the more YouTube is going to spread our video around on their part, which is very helpful. Frostbite Slash, what's going on, bro? It's good to see you in the chat. I know you buy a lot of games, way more than I do, and complete a lot more than I do. Are you picking up the Star Wars game, or are you skipping that? I know Henry's picking it up. I think that I believe that Games for Eternity is also picking it up. I don't know what that statement means, Briarios, so you're going to have to explain it to me in great detail. Get me a link, get me a quote. You put a lot of stuff in the chat, and I love the support, but I don't know what most of it means, so help me out, man. What does Bungie coming home, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. But thank you for the support so much, man, but we got to have a little bit more context on what you post in the chat, because it's very confusing. I want to give out the truth. I want to make sure everyone's educated. So when you, somebody that's been with us for a very long time, say stuff like that, it's very confusing. We don't know what that means. We need clarification, please. Dadley Pierre, what's going on? You are in the chat. You're a mod and member as well. Frostbite gave us a confirmation he is skipping the Star Wars game. And I already know that you're going to get that platinum for Concord, because it's you we're talking about. So I know you running through that. I seen you on there. You and Henry, y'all running through, y'all getting those trophies out the way. Hopefully it's not too much of an annoying trophy to deal with. I'm pretty from what I'm hearing, you guys are doing really good. Okay, we're going to move on. Okay, let's get started. We're gonna go. Well, since Briarios is first person, and then the first person that left some sort of a topic, we'll cover his topic first. Briario said, Jason Blunder, head of Deviation, working on a new IP with Bungie. Okay. We gotta wait. That's cool. Yeah, we'll put that in the rumor section. I think that Frostbite had put that in the rumor section. I had just read that. But we're gonna put that in the rumor section because we got nothing. We got no cinematic introduction of the game. We don't have a logo. We don't have any concept art. There's literally nothing to talk about. It's just rumor. And I don't know really how to discuss things that are not real because I don't really operate in that realm on YouTube. It's easy to dive into that stuff, but then when people that look up to me, like yourselves, you kind of look for answers. I won't be able to actually give you an answer because it's all bullshit. And I don't want to bullshit you guys. You know, I don't want to lie to you guys. So there's absolutely nothing on that right now. So all we have is a hearsay. Oh, this person's working on this, and then we won't see anything. We don't see anything. Big shout out to Briarios. Thank you for that rumor. It's classified as rumor because we don't have anything. We don't have anything to look at. Not a damn thing. Harlan PS Gamer, what's going on, man? We said playing some Returnal, the best PS5 game. I'm in the tower. Okay. Yeah, I was not dealing with that shit. I got far in the tower until I was like, yeah, I can't do this shit no more. You know, I was like, nah, I'm not in the right headspace to be doing all that. Okay. Raze, what's going on, Raze? I haven't seen you in the chat before either. Welcome to the stream. Let's get started. As always, Monkey King is going to be one of the featured games right now, just as of right now. So just understand that we will be showing off Monkey King gameplay today. Myself, I have just got to level 60. Yes, I'm leveling up like a motherfucker. I am level 60 on Monkey King. Monkey King, Black Myth Wukong. Yeah, Black Myth Wukong. So there's something I wanted to do, and I just want to say one thing. This is not to be taken in a negative way at all. Okay? You are going to see a very beautiful young lady, and this is not to be meant in any type of negative way at all. This has everything to do with proving a point. And that's what it's all about. Proving a point. So we got 1, we got 2, we got 3. We got 4. And we got 5. We can't do 5, can we? I don't think so. No, we can't do 5. We can't do 5 or 6. There we go. No, we didn't need 5. We only needed this one. Cool. Okay. Of course, that makes sense. I do love the DualSense. I love the DualSense Pro controller. I know it has a proper name, but one of my only major gripes here is that the battery dies super fucking quick. Every time I'm looking up, it's like 1 bar. Big shout out to Henry. I have started The God of High School. I am currently on episode 7. I have 6 minutes left. That was another reason why I was late too. I did not want to stop watching, and I hate leaving an episode where it's like a couple minutes left. But I have been watching this shit. I have loved it. He said that it has a little bit of an inspiration for the Monkey King story, aka associated with Black Myth Wukong and stuff. And I was like, okay, I'll check it out. And that's what I'm doing. I'm checking it out, and I am loving it. It is a kung fu martial arts type fighting tournament anime, and it is really good. I highly recommend it. I had saw it around. I never got any recommendation. I looked at a couple of the stuff, and I was like, I don't know about the art style. I thought it was one of those animes with just nothing but dudes. I don't watch those. And animes with nothing but girls, I don't watch those. I do watch, and I know this is going to sound weird, mixed gender animes. Like you have romantic relationships with, the opposite gender or whatever. So I thought it was one way. And Henry told me to check it out yesterday while we were on Twitch. And I checked it out, and I was like, man, that's dope. That's fucking fire. Again, this is not a stream for kids. If you are under the age of 18, you may want to leave up out of here. I mean, I would hope that you're not even in here because it's almost September, so I'm pretty sure everybody and their mother should be back in school or college, or work. So let's see what we got with this. Now, fuck. At least I found my remote control early that time. Okay, let's turn this volume all the way down to 7. Put my remote right there. Got my snacks, got my water. I'm good. So this is what we gotta do, right? I don't think we can we show it? Nope, we can't do that one. Okay, so we can do this one, right? So this is the actress that is the face model as well as the voice model, just an all-around actress related to the Star Wars Outlaws, right? Very beautiful. I believe she also does modeling. There was a lot of modeling pictures that I saw. All of these pictures are from Google, not from Bing. Also, when it came to like this picture, I had saw this one, and this one was also on Google that popped up that was related to her Instagram. Her Instagram before the video game, so I'm not sure if that's still on there, but that was related to that. So fun in the sun, you know how that shit is, right? This one was also caught on there. So long story short, very beautiful, very very athletic body, nice fit body. So there was never a reason why she shouldn't be in a video game or capture her likeness in a video game, but the sad thing is she's there. She's in a mocap suit. They've transformed her face to something that is not her face. We will use this as a reference, at least just the face portraits. We'll use that as reference. We're gonna get out of Crunchyroll real quick. Jay be playing for like 10 hours straight. Yeah, the fuck I do. And I'll be leveling up for 5 hours straight. Shit. Yeah, I'm level 60. But yeah, again, this is what I was watching when I was late. I was watching T-Pain. Yes, T-Pain, the rapper, the singer, the music creator. He is playing Black Myth Wukong. Like, this is something that actually is going on. He's playing Black Myth Wukong, and he's loving it. This is somebody that a lot of us grew up listening to his music, or we're seeing musicians that were inspired by his music and his technology innovation when it came to music. And he is out here playing Black Myth Wukong, and he's enjoying it. I don't ever see him play Starfield. Don't see him playing Redfall or none of those Dog shit games. They're all dog shit. But yeah. By the way, I just want to let you guys know, I've already pre-rendered my thumbnail for Thursday. This is something I don't normally do. So I pre-rendered the thumbnail for Thursday. And it's a weird thing because I have no idea what might happen Thursday. We might end up being like at a red alert or some shit like that. But I just want to let you guys know. I already pre-rendered the thumbnail for Thursday. So it's already something I created today at the time I made this thumbnail. And then we'll just see what actually happens. Okay. Like everybody. Oh, look at this. Everybody was raging at this dude. I ain't gonna lie, I was raging too. I mean, I wasn't raging. I had a problem with him. But after I found out what I needed to do, I was like, okay. Okay. I could. What's funny is you didn't have to beat him. Like you could have just left him. But again, he does give you ability and stuff. Like it's crazy how they truly do allow you to play the game however you want to play the game. I'm gonna definitely want to watch these rage compilations later. Save that my favorite. And also, like a lot of people say that like you don't have beautiful females in this game. There seems to be like at least 3 or 4. I don't know how many of them are bosses, but they did a phenomenal job. That's all I'll say. So they played that. Wasn't really. I definitely did like Castlevania. Okay, that's nice. They're bringing that back. Okay. HD remaster, not a remake. Okay. Castlevania collection. Okay, that makes sense. Smite 2 24/7 closed beta trailer. Oh, closed beta. Can we capture? We might not be able to capture. It's closed beta. Fairy Tail 2 video game. Okay. Customize your DualSense Edge controller on your PC. Don't care. Core Keeper. Don't care. Whoa, what? They really put the Indiana Jones in the Great Circle Gamescom trailer over here? Oh, and that was, what, 21 hours ago? I didn't see this. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, Xbox fans are mad! They gotta be pissed! Goodness! God, don't invest in an Xbox. Not next gen. I don't even care if it's a memory, if it's a Fire Stick. Don't do it. Come on, bro. That's crazy. Henry, you said, bro, just wait. These fights get crazy, especially towards the end of the season. Yeah, I can't wait. Lucci Scott, what's going on? I shared this earlier. Oh, it was you that shared the T-Pain link to me. And then I got distracted. I was supposed to start the fucking stream and I was late. Because I was watching him play the game. Let me make sure I don't have... Do I have the Elgato on? The Elgato is muted. Oh, thank God. Because he definitely playing that Indiana Jones tune and shit. I can't be copyrighted. But yeah, it seems like they uploaded the Indiana Jones trailer to the PlayStation YouTube channel. Look, man, Disney is operating this project. Disney is saying, "Hey, bro, you need to make your money back. We gave you the license, and we want a return on this. Game Pass is not gonna give them a return. Like, these are facts here. Game Pass is not gonna give them a return. this is what's weird about it. They have the boulder scene, but from what I heard, he didn't do that 2 times in his career. He only did it 1 time, and it was in the movie. And the movie that he did it in, I think, was set either before or after this game setting. So it's weird that they just threw that into the game, basically just for nostalgia purposes. It's really kind of fucked up. But again, I mean, I think the whole game is a nostalgia trip. I don't think, like, you know, you're not going into this game to get an all new Indiana Jones story. You're going into this because you miss Indiana Jones, you love Indiana Jones from your childhood, and this is why you would get this game. I personally do not think this game is going to do very well, but financially on Xbox and PC. When it comes to PlayStation, it may just do well. However, it all depends on when this game releases. This game could release right next to another hot game next year. So, like, the outcome of this game, no one will ever know. You know, nobody will know about that one. That's pretty interesting. This is just going to be a timestamp for our trailer reviews. So I'm going to go check out Smite 2 and then Sudoku. You said it looks way better on PlayStation. Smite 2. Okay. Smite 2 had his own... Smite 1 had his own unique art style that I really like. Smite 2 art style, in my personal opinion, looks a little generic. It's not a console-friendly game. It's more of a PC-centric game. So I'm pretty sure the PC fans will probably like this. Regardless, maybe. As long as they don't do anything that they don't like. I think it looks all right. I like the visual upgrade that the game got, but the art style is now more generic, and it's like I've seen this before. That's just my personal opinion, though. I remember that Smite used to have a lot of guest appearances in their game. You know, Ninja Turtles, Avatar: The Last Airbender, like so many, different game IPs made a appearance in this. I think even Transformers had a crossover too. It just looks so generic to me. I think Smite 1 did much better. Become a founder for 24/7 alpha access. So I'm guessing if you do the founder thing, that means you're going to have to pay. So we'll check that out in a little bit. Let's check out 2 more trailers. I want to see what this Castlevania shit is. I'm not supporting that game. The Metaphor game, I'm not supporting that. I'm not supporting that. See, Atlas went over to Microsoft, took the money, got the contract. I'm not supporting that game. It is not our responsibility to support that game. I, personally, as JayTech, I do not have to support that game. I actually do not give 2 fucks about Metaphor. Like, there are some devs where you really want them to make a new IP, and there's some devs, rarely, that you kind of just rather them make the same shit. I rather them just focus on, go focus on Persona, man. That's what I want. Like, I want a new Persona. And one of the other reasons why I don't like Metaphor, I don't think I've ever gave you guys my opinion on this, is I feel like the visual should and could be better. And that it was being held back in some way, shape, or form. And I have to go point to Xbox. I feel like if that was a PlayStation exclusive, PlayStation and Atlas would have meshed very well together. They would have gave them all the support they needed. And they would have been able to produce a higher quality work of art. But that's not the case. Oh, this is the Castlevania I remember. Dope. All 4 games enhanced with new features. I mean, you can have the map on the side. That's very helpful. Alright. Let's go see about this one. Looks like Konami must have had some sort of a showcase today. Somebody told me Nintendo had an indie showcase, but I can't remember if it was today or yesterday. So I'm gonna go over to Nintendo to continue our timestamp for the YouTube gaming checkup, which is what we're gonna be calling this when we go around YouTube and look at trailers, or the YouTube gaming trailer checkup, something like that. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, I don't know which one I played, but I played one of these, and I think I got one on a PS2. I think. Disney are thirsty because Disney Plus is losing money. Exactly. So this Indiana Jones thing is going to PlayStation. It's not all about PlayStation. It's more about where can we make our money back. Like, Xbox has such a horrible reputation when it comes to the fans giving a return on investment, that they everybody that works with Microsoft is looking somewhere else to make the majority of their money. It doesn't matter how much Phil Spencer is giving a dev for Game Pass contracts. You still got to make more money than that. Nice. A lot of people been asking for that for a long time. March 6th that's a long ass wait. But at least people have a date now, so that's pretty damn good. That's good. PS4 and PS5. I'm not sure if Konami gonna bring that to every single platform under the sun, but knowing how thirsty they are for money, I could actually see that happening. Let's go on, head on over to Nintendo. We don't really check Nintendo. Like I said, Nintendo's a baby in a corner. Sometimes you don't even know they're fucking there. I just want to let you know I can't watch this trailer or I will be copyrighted, but I can let you know that I did watch the new Sonic the Hedgehog 3 official trailer 3 hours ago. I watched it. I liked it very much, from the music to the animation of all the characters, including Dr. Robotnik Jim Carrey reprising his role as Dr. Robotnik. So I'm really, really happy about that. Okay, they did an indie world. This was today. It was today. Okay, that was an hour ago. Completely fucking missed it. Completely missed it. I don't even know if it was good or not, but it's indie. It's indie, so. It's indie, which means we could be skipping through a lot of this shit. Among all of this, they may have something good. Among all of this stuff, they might have something good, but you have to remember the type of indie games that the Switch is going to get are going to be very low quality pixelated games, because the Switch is very weak. Whether you take that as a form of disrespect, it's really up to you. But I'm going to be 100% honest, man. The Switch is so fucking weak. Oh, you got the Shrek universe power wash simulator. That's actually pretty cool. So is the game coming to Switch, or is the DLC coming to Switch? I'm confused. I think there's a reason why we skipped this. I already know what this is all about. I think we can tell what that's all about. The Switch is a 2-gen old system. Yes, it is, bro. And I mean, it's funny because the PlayStation 4 is old, but you're still gonna get better fucking quality games. Henry, you said the PlayStation Vita still gives the Switch a run for its money. That's a fact. People won't admit it, but it is a fact. Okay. What is this? What are they doing, man? What are you doing, bro? I be telling people, but nobody wants to fucking listen, man. I be telling y'all, but nobody wants to listen. What is this? Like, God, I just want to see some games, man. I don't want to see messages. I just want to see some good, fun games that I can look forward to and pick up. Like, that's what I want. Like, I truly do not understand this. But it is what's going on, huh? It is what's going on. Damn, that is some wild, wild stuff. How bad that Outlaws. Nick Nelson, we're gonna talk about Outlaws. We're gonna talk about Outlaws. I want to make that its own segment for a timestamp because I know we're gonna be on that for a while. Again, here's another indie game going to Switch. I'm just trying to see if they got anything good, because if they're doing like a Nintendo Direct, even though it's Indie World Nintendo Direct, I'm hoping that among all of the games that are not interesting to me, that I can find something that actually is interesting to me. I don't want to call anything trash or anything. So a lot of this is just not for me. I'm hoping that maybe I can find something that is. Maybe. No, not really. No, I'm good. Oh, it looks good. It looks good. That's probably one of the best looking ones. Yeah, I fucks with that. Oh, looks like a Cat Quest game, but I'm alright. Nope, that's a pass. That's a skip. On Your Tail. Oh, it's another furry game. I'm good. Skip that. Pass. Goodness, man. This is all the Switch can actually do. Metal Slug Tactics. That's pretty cool. I don't know if I can get it though. Plucky Squire. You already know I'm gonna be playing that. So can't wait. Oh, bro, that was. How much was that? That wasn't even a lot. Okay, I'm gonna keep it real, man. This Nintendo Direct sucks ass. What's this? Speed into the Unknown. Oh, that's the name of the game? Or is this like a hoverboard game? Oh, those visuals look fucking rough. It was giving me Scalebound vibes with the main character. This looks pretty cool. Sadly, the game is going to Switch, so it's already a downgraded project. But if this is like a next gen game, this would be fucking dope. Will you fight animals or you just look at them? Oh, you use your little skateboard as a sword to fight the animals. That looks pretty fucking dope. I'm assume that this game is Switch exclusive because this shit If it's made first for Switch, it's probably a Switch exclusive, and I haven't seen this anywhere else today. Looks cool though. Damn, bro, the Switch is so weak, bro. And it's a problem because they're a part of the big three, and they gotta get caught up, man. They're like 8 years. Well, shit, they're more than 8 years behind everybody else in technology and what they can achieve. Star something. What is it? Goat Simulator. Okay, of course that's going over there. Anything else? The Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky. First. Oh, what's this? Star Wars Hunters Season 3. Yeah, they had this on cell phone. I know a guy that plays this religiously on cell phone. They never brought it over to like the big boy console. Stalker, Legend of the Zone Trilogy. Oh, those are all the old PC versions of Stalker. Yeah, that makes sense. Worm Armageddon. That makes sense. Disney Dreamlight Valley, new in-game event. Probably for Halloween or something. Make Bikini Bottom your playground. The Patrick Star game. Of course. It's a pre-orderable game. Okay, that's different. Okay. It's a Fitness Boxing 3, the personal trainer. They made 3 of these games. Bro, when I see people capping for Switch, I be wondering what's going on. I be wondering what's going on sometimes. The Legend of the Toad trilogy. Hip Hop Game hit me up earlier and said September about to be crazy. He says a lot of things are going to be crazy. I'm going to wait until we get into September to see for my personal eyes how crazy it is. I don't want to take nobody's word for shit because nobody going to take the credit for the L that I take for taking their word for shit. So I got to be extra cautious. So I'll wait. We going to see how crazy it is. Capcom Fighting Evolution. Okay. I don't know if this is exclusive. I would assume that it might end up... Oh, Power Stone! Power Stone's coming back! Where's Afro? Power Stone 1 and 2 in this collaboration. Why didn't they let me pause? I was trying to pause the fucking video so I could take a fucking picture for Afro. He loves Power Stone. And I haven't played it, so... I know he's gonna pick this shit up. I definitely can't wait to play this shit. Oh my goodness. That's fucking dope. Project Justice. All of this is in a collection. What's this collection called? Let me send that picture off to Afro. Where you at, Afro? Light-skinned Batman of the Fallen One. That's dope. That's fucking dope. Oh, they're all what? Even Power Stone? Even Power Stone's playable online now? Oh, he's gonna love this. He's gonna fucking love this. Fighting Collection 2. Oh, that comes out next year. Capcom Fighting Collection 2 comes out 2025. Power Stone 1 and Power Stone 2 will be available to play online. Bro, that's dope. Capcom doing it right, man. Bring back the classics. Digital pre-orders begin later today. This is gonna be dope. November 22nd. Okay. Come on, man. What else you got? Nintendo, towards the end, they start getting better than all the stuff in the beginning. Uh-oh, what's going on with this? What's going on? This look like this shit about to be only on Switch. This is about to be a game that's only on Switch. This shit ain't going to nowhere else. What the fuck is this? It's a dragon and fire. Turn-based? It looked like it might be turn-based. Alter what? The Alchemist of Memories and the Evased Land and the Envision Land. Wow. Make a new one. That looks good. That looks good. Now maybe that does go somewhere else. Because all of those games have always shown up on PlayStation. I think even since like the PlayStation 1 or 2, something like that when they got started. Adventures and Allies. We already saw this. We already saw the Castlevania shit. Civilization. What's this one? Tales of Graces F. Which one was Tales of Graces? I'm trying to figure out what was this the PSP one? No. This was on PS2. This was on PS2. I thought that they were gonna bring back the Tales game that was on the PSP, where you could I think you could customize the characters or make your own character. Okay. It still looks really good. The art style back then was like PS2 has, I don't know, the devs that were making games back then, they had this kind of soft art style about it, and it just made these games look so good even back then. So they're translating very well. Okay, that's pretty good. No, you're back on the bullshit. Five Nights at Freddy, I don't care. Epic Mickey, The Tales of the Shire, that's a skip. Dance Dance 2025 edition. God, they're still making these fucking games. Funko Fusion. I don't know if that's gonna flop or what, but I'm good on that. EA Sports Football Club for the Switch. I know it don't look like that. Stop capping. That shit probably gonna look like dog shit. And look at that. Lego Horizon Adventures Holiday 2024 PlayStation Publishing. God damn, PlayStation is publishing this one for the Switch. How do we feel about that? That's interesting. Didn't expect to see that. I mean, I knew they were bringing it over there, but I didn't know PlayStation was publishing it. Hopefully there's one multiplayer and one single player. I don't want PlayStation to blow their load and have all their hitters competing with each other for Game of the Year. Then we we got to 2026 with nothing from them again. I don't know. I feel like PlayStation has enough. I just don't know if they want to release it. Does that make sense? We know they have shit, but they do have to be more strategic on when and how they release these games. They have to be more considerate, not just with the games they're releasing from their first party, but their partners' games. Like a Black Myth Wukong didn't help Concord any more than what Concord did wrong. So, in all honesty, they probably should have not brought their game out that week. But they didn't know Black Myth was gonna blow up, and that's what you should be going after going forward. Like, you should be looking at the situation like, well, I don't know if this game's gonna be big or small, but I should probably bring my game out in a week or a month where there's not many other games or no games at all. There are months in the year where nobody brings out a game, and I think that they need to start looking at those months, especially when it comes to a month that no big games comes out. It's another farming game. It's like a Harvest Moon type. Pretty dope. But again, it's a Switch game. This shit look like it's a PS2 game. And I love PS2, but goddamn, bro, long ass time ago. Oh, they're bringing the Yakuza games to Nintendo systems? Okay. So are they bringing like the first ones over or what? What they doing? I'm trying to figure out which version this is. Is this Yakuza 1, 2, or 3? 4, 5, or 6? Like, so many. Oh, Yakuza Kiwami, which was a remaster remake of the first one. Okay, so they're Sega is about to start trying their best to bring the Yakuza games to Nintendo. Okay, that's not bad. I mean, the new Nintendo Switch is supposed to be more powerful, so with that, they might be able to get all of the other games too. Not bad at all. I feel like they did good. It says Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase, and then the other half is Indie World. It was alright. It was really, really bad in the beginning. Those indies were not good. And the only real reason why that's the selection of indie games that go to Switch is because the system is that weak. They can't receive any of the bigger, higher quality indie games because, again, it's such a weak system. I'll make sure I put a split timestamp there. And then I'm just going to check over here, and then we're going to get to Star Wars Outlaws. We might be able to go to Star Wars Outlaws real quick because I highly doubt anything was shared on Xbox's trailer that's even worthwhile talking about. No, it wasn't. Nothing of value. For you. Visions of Mana review? Damn, I forgot that game was coming out. Shit. Damn, that's my fault. I forgot that game was coming out. Yeah, I would assume that they're going to be reposting all the trailers that Nintendo just posted, because that's just what IGN does. inflation of fucking videos on their YouTube channel. Anything else of value? 9 minutes of Sniper Elite Resistance. Okay. Don't know what that is. A real Arkham game. Shut up. AAA console games on iOS and Mac. Okay. No. Chapter 1 collectibles. I like how they want to like cover Black Myth, but no one fucking respects them enough to care. So they need to stop. Twin Sons and Star Wars Outlaws. Okay. Bleach Rebirth Souls. Concord debuts with a painful small player numbers, of course. Goku mod gameplay, Black Myth Wukong. Of course. I was wondering who was sharing that around. Seems to be it was fucking IGN. Call of Duty. Official multiplayer game, trailer. Okay. Fatal Baron 2089. Super moves. I'm interested in this one and that racing game I just saw. Let me go see what that is. What is a super moves? GameSpot skidded on Visions of Mana. Yeah, that makes sense. Again, IGN and GameSpot and a lot of the other American media, gaming media, they do not like JRPGs. They do not like classic JRPGs. Let me see. What is this? It's like Mirror's Edge, but like a competitor. It's basically like Mirror's Edge meets Fall Guys. Yeah, that's a pass. I was wondering what it was though. That's a pass. I'm glad to see IGN getting shunned. They had more controversy come out around them with another game and then harassing a dev for an interview. Yeah, it's just sad. It's like 2024 and I kind of like understood that IGN was some shit all the way in 2008, 2009. And it's just really weird that it took the rest of the gaming community to just now figure out that IGN is some shit. Like, I found out in 2008, 2009. It is 2024. Like, what took everyone else so long to find out that IGN was shit? Like, I saw shit, obviously, completely different. Because I was a different type of gamer than other people. Like, I was already content creating. I was already posting gameplay before we had the share button. I was doing a lot of different things before other people did it. But, like, they were fucking bad. They were Xbox fanboys back then. Like, I cannot believe that people didn't see that. I couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand it at all. That's just me, man. Maybe that's just me. Let me see. Okay, let's go ahead on over back. Let's go back to IGN and get some visuals up so that we can cover this. Excuse me. So right now, everybody, we're going to be heading on to talk about Star Wars Outlaws. And IGN is not the best place to talk about it because I feel like they pandered and they gave it a 7. Black Myth Wukong got an 8. This game is way worse than Black Myth Wukong. The fact that it got 1 point less, that's it should have probably got like a 5 or a 6. because everybody else is being honest. IGN is, IGN, big publication, they got to do certain things differently. But I feel like they were not very honest. I don't even think we should be looking at Star Wars Outlaws from them. I watched a review today by a content creator. I don't know what his name was, Big Brian or something, Big something. I didn't think it was gonna be good. I thought it was gonna be a cringy one, and then I ended up listening to it, and it was actually pretty well done. So, here it is. There it is, right there. Big Dan Gaming. I watched his review of it, and it was pretty bad. He basically said that you should just wait 3 years and get it at a discounted price around $10. That's what he said. I didn't play the game. I did not buy the game. I am not going to buy the game so I can tell you guys not to buy the game. I am not going to waste my money to tell you guys not to buy the fucking game. You do not need to do that. But the consensus from real gamers and real Star Wars fans is this is not a day one. Now, if you still go out and buy this game on Friday and it's not a day one, it's cool for you to educate other gamers that, wow, I made a bad choice. You should probably stay away. But do not go out and buy this game, cap for it, know that it's bad, and then allow other gamers to go and buy this game knowing that you could have stopped them and helped them save money for a better game. Do not be that person. Don't be that person. Uncompetitive with the 80 billion pound super chat. What's going on?
Yes. Well, I've been watching streams of this game, and I was watching Willie B, who's generally quite good for doing streams. He does things like what's the game? Ghost Recon Wildlands and the sequel to that, because he's pretty good at that game. So that's why I started watching him, and I think he played the Division 2, and I used to play that a lot. So that's why I got into watching him. And he was playing it, and he was not entirely sold on it. But it looked a lot better than I thought it would. And I was completely wrong when I said on the round table that it wasn't open world. It is basically open world as far as you want to call it open world. It's got these big flat areas and you can ride around on your bike on them and everything, and it's like, oh, fair enough, it's open world then, right? I thought it was like Far 2 where you just have like corridors and you can go, across a big map, but you can go only down the corridor from one location to another. So you see all these kind of dirt tracks in the map. I thought the dirt tracks were where you could go. And you couldn't really go much off road, and you can go off road. So I was totally wrong about that, and it improves it. Now I can't tell from watching a video what the gunplay's like. You kind of got a gun that you shoot, and it kind of like eventually it needs to cool down. So you've got unlimited bullets, I think. But it's okay. When you pick up the sniper rifle, it doesn't seem to have any zoom, which I thought was odd. But when I started watching a substantial amount of the gameplay, like an hour, it seemed kind of formulaic. You almost like fetch quest after fetch quest, and I thought, oh, is this going to be like a lot of Ubisoft games where it looks gorgeous, but it's actually like what you actually get to do in the game is. Can you
hold your thought? Can you hold your thought real quick? I want to hold that thought. Everybody, I just wanted y'all to understand what I'm watching right now, and I've actually did this for Hogwarts Legacy, but this was after I beat the game and got the platinum. I found this content creator. I think his name is Dan Allen Gaming. He did one for Hogwarts Legacy and Red Dead Redemption. So Red Dead Redemption 2 is just the gold standard of how open world games are supposed to be, and he's done comparisons of Red Dead Redemption 2 when it comes to like open world mechanics, AI, stuff like that, or water, weather effects, all of that. And then he compares it to whatever the newest open world game is. And sadly enough, most of the newer open world games are not living up to Red Dead Redemption 2. So, continue.
Well, they are, to be fair, they are unlikely to, because it's had a shit ton of money thrown at it. And it's the most talented developer going in the world, Rockstar. So, I mean, people put up with the working conditions at working at Rockstar, which are horrible, just so they have it on their resume. And then they go somewhere else, and they get paid better, and they get to live somewhere other than Scotland.
Oh yeah, a lot of games stopped doing that too.
Yes, you see, the thing is,
Like, you can't catch it on fire.
If Ash was going to do an analysis video, it'd kind of be this sort of thing, wouldn't it? He does this thing where he says, can you do this? Can you do that? Can you... all the things that your character interacts with and what are the limits and everything, and expose, you can't shoot a lamp and have it explode, that sort of thing. I mean, if you compare it to Starfield, the objects in the environment move around in Starfield. And you can pick them up and put them elsewhere. And in this Outlaws game, everything fits to the where it is. It's all just one mesh. So, I mean, there's odds and ends that will move around, but you can't pick things up and take them elsewhere. So, now I think that in comparison to Starfield, this looks like a lot more fun. Okay? But I can't be buying any Ubisoft games because I was friendly with a woman on Twitter, and she used to work for Ubisoft and she got fired. And the reason she got fired was because of pronouns.
She didn't do the pronouns, or she did the pronouns?
She was expected to use them.
And she didn't do them?
And then she said, no, I'm not going to use them. I don't believe in that. And then they said, well, human resources are saying that the person's made a complaint and they feel that you misgendered them, and if you don't go along with it, we're going to have to take action. And she's like, you've got to be ridiculous, right? And I don't even think she was giving them like the wrong pronouns as much as she was just referring to them by name. Which is, I think, the best way forward when you're in those situations. You just say, well, look, there are people like who have stage names, aren't there? And they'll be like Cher. But Cher's name isn't Cher. Cher's name was originally Sherilyn LaPierre something, because she's an American Indian. So she thought, I can't go on to be a singer with a name as complicated as that. So she went off and she just shortened it right down to Cher. And you got the same with Madonna. Madonna Louise Ciccone is just Madonna, right? Now, all these people who have stage names, you can actually do it by default. So I could change my name to be another name if I didn't like what I was called.
We gotta get back on topic. So how does this relate
I look at it
Star
like
Wars?
that, and I think these people who go off and they, do this trans stuff, they go off and they change their name, and I'm thinking like, okay, well, I'll go along with you changing your name part, and I'll call you that now, because I might not know what you used to be called. All you're saying is your name is now this. I'll say what your name now is. I'll go along with that, but I won't be calling you, she, her.
Henry, from what I know, Guerrilla is almost up there with Rockstar when it comes to open world, especially if you compare Red Dead Redemption 2 to Horizon Forbidden West. So they're almost up there. Even Hogwarts, to a degree, was almost up there with what they were doing. But just, I'm sorry, Red Dead Redemption 2, all that you can do is just so much higher, bro. It's unbelievable. So yeah, I heard the rumors. I do know that there's supposed to be a PS5 and an Xbox Series X and S version of this game. And I think, honestly, I believe that Red Dead running at 60, and that's pretty much all you can get on that. Running at 60 and running at a better resolution is going to make it one of the best modern day games ever until Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out. And will I get it again? Probably not. But I want to. I'm going to definitely want to. I think this is a game, right? I don't think it would be a game I would ever buy. Like, I'm not that big of a Ubisoft fan anyway, and I'm not that big of a Star Wars fan these days. So I feel like I'm cool missing out on Star Wars Outlaws. I've been cool missing out on Star Wars Outlaws for months now, even this whole year. So
the gameplay mechanics are very generic, right? But it's in the Star Wars universe, and they've done that part really quite well. But you play this, and then you directly afterwards play Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and you're thinking, I kind of feel as if it's the same game, because the characters are moving the same way, and the environment's doing the same thing, and all of these things are kind of... It's like a reuse of the same code, but with different assets. And that's what you start seeing when you see more and more of their games. Ubisoft are reusing their code in them, which is fair enough, but they don't seem to modify certain things from one game to the next. So it's essentially like you're playing the same game again. I mean, they'll have different puzzles, different solutions to the puzzles.
I feel like this is the worst one, though. A lot of people are like, okay, these are the people that brought us Assassin's Creed. They're going to do good. Yeah, Assassin's Creed Odyssey is way better than that. Like that, from what we saw from the Star Wars Outlaws, from somebody that's played a lot of hours of Star Wars Odyssey, you know, I didn't beat the game, and comparing that to their newest, Ubisoft's newest open world game, yeah, bro, this is a huge downgrade from the Ubisoft open world formula, and it's hard to fucking believe that. The water looks good. I ain't gonna lie about that. The water looks good.
Luke Stevens did a review of it, and he said that there was a problem with the cutscenes, and he said that the girl that's in the cutscenes doesn't look like the same as the girl in the game.
No, they're different. Yeah, they're different. They're definitely different.
And then there's another character. I think is a bald lady who's a bounty hunter, and her storyline is really strange because it's kind of like, it's almost like they weren't happy with the character after they'd made the game, so they started to cut out as much of her from the game as possible, and it made the whole storyline seem odd. I mean, she's in there enough because it's probably they couldn't get rid of her character completely because of the plot, but she's in there, and it's kind of like, well, you know, doesn't seem to be doing much for the story, really. Because she's bounty hunting you. So, I mean, you do all this, you know, naughty stuff, stealing off people, and there are consequences of it. And so, and you can whistle to your bike, and the bike will come to you. So they've stolen that straight out of The Witcher 3.
But it's a fucking bike. Like, why are you whistling? Whatever.
Well, you know, that's just to save you. I looked at it and I thought it seemed kind of like a bit easy from the gameplay. You know, it wasn't really all that much challenge.
And what's crazy? We've talked about the actress related to Acolyte. She's very beautiful, just like the actress that's related to Star Wars Outlaws. She's also very beautiful. The one thing I like about the one from Star Wars Outlaws, she's not letting people that don't like the game get to her to the point that she ends up say something wrong, like, you know, say the wrong thing negatively towards the fans.
Yeah.
But this one, for the Acolyte,
in the beginning, because you reminded me of the rap that she did, and it was a bit kind of antsy.
Yeah.
But then,
it was a lot of her interviews. Like, there was a
He's
lot
not
of her
being-
interviews she did where she was very negative towards the Star Wars universe, negative towards the Star Wars universe fans.
It would have done better as a series if she dressed like that and that. And had
Exact, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Like,
hairstyle would have helped enormously.
Like I feel like that. You see the actress right here that's related to Star Wars. She's very pretty. She's very full of life, full of joy. She's very just happy for the privilege and the opportunity to be in a video game. I don't think she really cares that it's looks bad or it plays bad, because she probably knows nothing about video games. She's talking about her favorite video game right now is Mario and Luigi. But it's like she just, you know, like it's cool. It's cool. Luigi's Mansion 3. That's what she's talking
about the Acolyte. It's coming back.
Yeah. Let me know how that goes.
The rumor is, and it's just a rumor, is that they cancelled it just to see whether they could do a Star Trek. Because what happened with Star Trek in the original 1960s series is they cancelled it, not to do this strategy, it just turned out like this. They cancelled it, and there was such a wave of protests from the fans. They were like, oh, we didn't know people actually watched this. And so they said, oh, well, we'll have the second season then. And they would never have had a second season, and there never would have been the movies, and there never would have been the next generation of all the other Star Trek. And it's been a massive money spinner for Paramount. So, thanks to those fans, that's, you know, where we are with Star Trek today, right? So they went, and Disney thought, can we do the same? And they cancelled their own thing, and then they got all the LGBT people to say, oh, that we like that, we were watching that, and then they can point to it and say, right, we're going to bring it back and look good. And I think, well, okay then. I mean, I don't have too much of a problem with it. I'll tell you what I'd like. I'd like them to do this, you know, queer stuff.
Okay. Uncompetitive, we gotta leave this segment, bro. We got to.
And nowhere else. Do you understand? So rather than like everything they put out has got a bit of it in, I'd like it to be in just one thing, and then you can avoid that, and everything else is normal.
Well, this is what I want to talk to you about, right? When it comes to that, I have not heard that. So where did you hear the rumor that it's actually coming?
Oh, I can't remember.
Okay, well, we're gonna classify that as a rumor, because I'm pretty fucking sure if they cancel it and then come back this week and say we bringing it back, they're not going to get a positive bro, no one was watching. The people they made the show for didn't watch it. There you go. Even the people they made the show for did not watch it. And I mean, that is the case for a lot of video games and movies too. Like when you make something for a specific audience, or you pander to a audience that never gave a fuck about you, you normally end up like striking out, because they never cared about you. They're not going to care about you now, or care about that story or that character or that universe or video games, period. Like they're just not going to do anything with that. But yeah, man, when it comes to Star Wars Outlaws, I'll tell you what I'm seeing, honestly. Real gamers say this shit's bad. Content creators that have been given the game for free, given a script maybe been paid to say some good stuff, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. They're gonna say, hey, it's the best, blah 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 blah, it's the best, it's the best. It's up to you as a gamer to know. All of us are old enough to know who's lying to you, who's not. I could see from a mile away this was not going to be a good game, and this was not a recommended day one game. This is always going to be, you need to wait and see. I was never going to buy the game, so I don't care if it's good or bad, but from most people are saying it's bad. The real people, it's bad. Content creators, I'm going to take the comparison word off the edge of that search. I'm going to search it again and show you what happens. So we have content creators like Mr. Matty Plays. He always posts about bad news. So it doesn't really fucking matter. Like, he rarely gives credit to any game for being good. He's always going to say something's bad. So it doesn't really matter with him. Brian, this Brian guy, he's playing a game for the first time, just a gameplay. Other playthrough from somebody else, the Rad Brad, he's playing it right now. You got IGN, they did their review, was a 7 out of 10. Big Dan Gaming, I watched him. He said it was bad, and it actually was bad. I watched him. He did a great review. I don't watch a lot of reviews beginning to end. But that was one of the videos I spent a lot of time on this morning, in the process of me doing my workout, and I watched that shit all the way beginning to end, and it was bad. It was definitely bad. This is not a game you want to spend $70 fucking on, let alone $130 for
the price thing. We need to discuss that, because the price that they want you to pay for the whole thing with all bells and whistles is like an insult. I think you got to be kidding me. It's not that good. I can't remember the amount of money they wanted, but it was like astonishing. And I just thought, oh well, this is just no one's going to want it for that price. Or well, they won't get that version, you know.
Yeah, you're right about that.
You don't get much for the extras. You know, you kind of get like a skin for Nyx and something like that, and it's like.
But I think there is the IP name. It's not anything else but the IP name. You know, it's like we can get away with charging you this much because it's Star Wars, but Star Wars has rapidly lost its value in the last 5 years.
Oh yeah.
Like, so you can't really get like you can get away with that if you like sell. If this was a Star Wars game based off of the classic characters, yeah, you can get away with it. But this is a new IP of a new character that does not exist in the universe, never has been existing in the universe, never mentioned in the universe, and you're trying to sell this new IP, this new character to classic Star Wars fans at a high price. It's just not going to work.
It is set between episode 5 and 6.
They say that all the time, but this character does not exist in the lore.
It's got Jabba the Hutt in it because you end up going.
Yeah, but I'm talking about not them. I'm talking about her.
Yeah, I understand.
She was never mentioned in any Star Wars comic book, any of the movies or TV shows leading up.
Yeah,
they made a new character just to like get money.
Yes.
You have tons of other characters that have not been explored. You could have made games about. I mean, there you go. And because those characters are already known, even though they're not well known, you could have made a lot more money.
Let's be like, put a Star Wars hat on for about 1 minute and say she could be Leia from back then, right? Before she ends up at Jabba's palace in the gold bikini, because she's going around dressed as a hunter, where you can't see her face, trying to get Han Solo back.
Yeah.
Right. And you could say, well, what was she doing before that? And there's a story there between the end of episode 5 and the beginning of episode 6, and it's like, okay, what would she be doing?
Yeah, well, you don't want to do that because Carrie Fisher. Yeah, I know, but that would have been great. That would have been a great movie if Carrie Fisher was still alive. But it's in bad taste to try to make money off the dead.
I'm not saying that you do a movie. I'm saying you do a video game.
Yeah, I know it's still a bad taste. I'm gonna keep it real with you. It's in bad taste because you won't be able to actually have the real actress there. There's gonna be even more pressure on the young actress that's portraying her. Like it's not good. It wouldn't be good. It probably would have been. It's a great idea, but it wouldn't have been in good taste. Yeah, it probably would have been a much better story. It probably would have been a much better all around video game, but it would have been in bad taste. Yeah, if she was still alive and they made a game like that, oh, that's perfect. Yeah.
Well, I don't know who else it could be female.
Well, shit, you're right. then maybe not make a Star Wars game about a female. Maybe don't do that. Have females in the game, but you don't have to make a, you get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And that's where they're fucking up. Because in order to insert a female in an IP where females were not like the main characters of certain IPs, you have to create a brand new female in that IP that never existed and insert them in that IP, and it's just not believable.
How would you feel about a Chewbacca game where you play as him?
In his little, on his planet? I think that would have been cool. I don't think they ever really truly explored a lot of Chewbacca lore. Like, but again, it's like they have their own language. So it's like, are you going to listen to somebody like talk like him or like actually speak English language? You know, like a translator or something. Yeah.
You see, they're stuck, right? If you think about putting in a game that's set in between any of the films, there's not a whole lot of time between the films. Sometimes it's like a year that's elapsed between the actual events. And then you say, well, between 5 and 6, you don't have a Han Solo because he's in Carbonite. Well, he's basically the best character.
Yeah.
So, like, you're almost forced making it about C-3PO. Because he can talk, and he's not encased in Carbonite. I see C-3PO game, but no one's going to want to play that.
See, there you go. You don't want to do that.
But I don't think that this is even a viable idea, and I'm surprised that they've been able to squeeze out a game like this out of the material. It's like they're milking the cow, and it's like it's almost dry.
That's all they can do. That's literally all they can do. They cannot do anything else, bro.
I feel like I can almost imagine myself in the room with the whiteboard where they did their brainstorming session for this, and they were saying, what the hell are we going to do? And they said, we can't do anything to do with the sequel trilogy because everyone hates that. We can't do the prequel trilogy because a lot of people hate that. We can't do the originals because, well, it'd be disrespectful to do a Carrie Fisher game. So, and it's like, that character's dead, and that character's in Carbonite, and that you know. Do you do a Lando Calrissian game with him in Cloud City, and then Darth Vader turns up and puts it under Imperial rule? Would that be of interest? I don't know. I mean, I'm out of ideas at this point, right? Maybe you do a kind of, you know, Lando life story game. From like how he got to the point where he ended up with Cloud City. That could be interesting. Because he was a gambler and he was like doing dodgy stuff.
I think that
we the best I can come up with.
I think your ideas are great. We got to get back to the rest of the topic so we can cover it. But I think that the Eric. I thought it was Frank. You know I can't see. Eric. As far as you said, you think there's gonna be Ubisoft layoffs soon. There should have been Ubisoft layoffs. They have not been doing good for a very long time. This is just these are all facts. There should have been a layoff over at Ubisoft for this specific game. No, I think this game is probably gonna do a little bit financially better than Concord, but because it is a $70 game and the budget for this game was bigger than Concord, it may seem a little bit the same, but we will never know. We won't know until Friday. We won't know until Friday, until the game actually comes out and we see how many of our brothers and sisters in the PlayStation community, Xbox community, and the PC community are actually pick up the game and play it. As far as right now, all we really got is content creators or really, really, really hardcore Star Wars fans or people that really, really love open world games, and they got suckered into paying $130, and the hype for them never wore out, and they just spent that $130, and those are the videos we're seeing right now on YouTube. Most of the videos are content creators. Content creator. You know, like all of these content creator. You know, like you're not seeing a lot of. This is what I was telling y'all about. The actress right here, beautiful. Like, how do you go out of your way to make her look ugly? She is gorgeous. And I love that she's having a lot of fun. You know, I love that she's happy and she's really enjoying herself. It's sad that the game sucks. And it's almost the same thing that happened to Forspoken. It's like, beautiful actress. She was very happy to be included in a video game. And it's sad that the game just didn't live up to expectations. Let me say it that way. I'm not trying to piss off anybody else. But Forspoken obviously did not live up to financial or review expectations from the people that had stake in it, whether it's Sony or Square Enix. And they had to do what they had to do. This game was probably supposed to be bringing in a ton of money, and I don't think that's going to happen. You know, if they would have let her be more part of the marketing of the game, and how she looks in real life, they put her real essence in the game. And I said this about Forspoken. Then something would have happened. Let me explain to you what I'm talking about, people. You know, because obviously people are like, "Oh, bro, they don't have to do that. They don't have to." You like money, don't you? Exactly. They like money, don't they? Exactly.
Well, they did it with Eve because we got to see the actress for Eve.
Exactly. They did it for Eve. She was the body model. So the thing is, this young lady for Star Wars, she is doing all the mocap. She does the voice. Her face is in the game, but they've deformed it. They didn't allow her true shape, her true body shape, to be transferred into the game, even though she was doing mocap. Now tell me, why would you do that?
Well, they actually did worse because they deformed it two different ways. They deformed it for the CGI cutscenes, and they deformed it in game.
Now tell me, why would you go all the way out of your way to fucking do that? You have to do additional work to make someone look a different way, even though the computer captured it.
Well, I don't understand, because it's like, why? I understand why they might make someone look a bit masculine. We've gone over this before in other shows. But the point of, like, why you even do the facial motion capture in the first place if you're not going to use the data? Now, you can have the points that you put on someone's face, or the laser lines, or however they want to do it, multiple cameras, and they do the performance capture. And then you can say, well, we just use that as a reference, as a way of, like, almost puppeting some other facial model. So you can have some character, like, I don't know. I mean, it's not really a very good example, but, like, you know Gary Oldman. Well, he played Winston Churchill in the movie. And they put a whole load of prosthetic makeup on top of him. And he really did look like Winston Churchill. And then he got the voice right, and it was like, that's Winston Churchill. Well, you can do it in the game and wouldn't have to put on any prosthetic makeup. You just put some dots on his face and film him speaking as Winston Churchill, and then you have it go through something that makes it have the mesh of the face of Winston Churchill to such a point that the points in his face are the ones that are the control points of the face of Winston Churchill, and you make sure that it looks right. And then anything he does in his performance, you know, as Winston Churchill, will end up making the face of Winston Churchill move like it should to look like Winston Churchill's face. Now, they didn't do that in the League of... What was the name of the film? The Henry Cavill film. The League of something, Gentlemen. It was an Amazon Prime film, I think. And it's a Guy Ritchie film. So it was set in the war, and they go off and they have to do some secret thing.
Okay, and we got it. We can't dribble on. But what we got to do, we got to get back to the topic.
And he doesn't look like Winston Churchill.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but let's get to a much clearer topic. This is gonna make everything you're saying much easier and quicker, so we can get to the rest of the topic.
I don't think it's
basketball, video games, American football.
Oh, definitely, yeah, they all look like they should.
Soccer, hockey, baseball. They all have performance captures, And I wanted to just show this off real quick. You have performance captures in all of these games, right?
Yeah.
And they look the same. That's why they're so good. That's why they sell so good. Because ever since the late 90s, the performance captures for these games have gotten better and better to the point that you don't even know the difference if you're not seeing any video game buttons on the screen. Sometimes you can be confused to think that that might be the real image. That's how good it is. How the fuck with technology that exists like that, even the Decima engine technology, you know, for Horizon Forbidden West, Death Stranding 2, you got these actors looking exactly how they're supposed to look when it comes to the face and even the bodies. How the fuck are you going out of your way to make people look ugly? Like, let's really talk about this. The technology is actually there. There's a whole fucking genre of video games, sports games, that are use this simple technology. They scan hundreds of athletes a year to make sure they're accurately portrayed in these games. We're talking about faces and tattoos and muscles and all that. Sweat and everything. You mean to tell me that whole genre, that whole market right there that exists inside the overall game industry market, you can't go to them, talk to them, and see if they can help you learn techniques to properly scan the face? No, it's not like that. You did scan the face and you got good scanning technology. You don't like how good she looks, and I need to understand why. It don't make sense.
Well, I thought I told you this.
I know why. I know the answer. Don't tell me. I know the answer because somebody in the chat right now is telling me the answer. I know the answer, but they need to come out and say it, not me. I know the fucking answer. They need to come out and be honest. We making these beautiful women look ugly because we're offended by their beauty.
I was as confused as you for like 2 years, because this is about how long it's been going on, and it was in so many games, and I couldn't wrap my head around why. Because of the same reasons that you just given, because they could do it. So if they could do it, why aren't they doing it? And it would be easier to do it rather than make extra effort to not do it. And then I read an article, and I was just like, no, that can't be the reason, can it? And then I kind of penny dropped, and I thought, well, they are getting money from people who want to push messaging, so maybe that is part of it. And I just thought,
VidKid, we covered the next Capcom collection within the segment that we covered the Nintendo Direct Indie World. So yes, we covered it. You're just a little bit late. We did cover it roughly about 30 minutes ago. So yes, thank you for letting me know. I appreciate you, man. But we did cover it. I'm gonna do timestamps once this live stream is done. And you can go back to the Nintendo Indie World section and see what I said. I am not going to cover it 2 times. We've already covered it. We're now on the Star Wars segment of this live stream, and we'll be going to Concord flopped hard, and then Xbox's last place for life, and obviously we will have some micro topics in there. But I want to try to limit the amount of topics down. Okay. So that we're not all over the place. So a lot of the stuff we're talking about is right now is just for Star Wars. Yes, we're looking at a sports game, but only for reference that they can do it. And Henry, I did see what you just said. When it comes to Call of Duty games, they're able to do accurate scan comparisons. And I want to go search that up real quick. Call of Duty actor comparisons. See if that pops up something right there. See if they got this. No.
Look, I want to give out a ray of hope, because I don't think this is going to last much longer. Obviously, the things are already in process, and the game projects might take 3 years, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Those things they've already committed to making a certain way. Now that they realise it's not working for them and people aren't buying the games, They can't steer the ship in a different direction immediately. So they're going to have to be like, oh shit, all of that's in the pipeline. It's going to still be coming out that way. And I mean, you might have it that Outlaws got rid of the bald lady as much as they could because she was obnoxious for some reason, right? And that might have made the game better, and that's what they did to try and make it so it wasn't a complete mess at launch and people reacting against how should, anti-men or something. I don't know. I'm speculating, but it's possible that that's why it seems she was cut away as a character. Now, I think that we're almost out of it. So, like, we're getting on the other side of this. Inside Out 2 might be like, oh shit, the girl's going to end up having a kind of lesbian crush on the other girl on the hockey team. I thought, well, if that's the case, that's it. I can't stop them from making whatever movie they want to make, but I won't necessarily want to see another one, right? And it wasn't like that. It was fine. There was nothing in there at all that was in any way dodgy. And I told you. Have you seen it yet, Inside Out 2?
No. Is it out digital yet?
Probably, but it was.
If it's out digital, I'll go see it. I might check it out.
Anyway, so I think that we're about maybe a year away from it all getting back to normal. It could be as soon as that, but we're going to still see a few things coming out that are like, oh no, right? So the most recent one, of course, is Dustborn, and that is terrible.
Damn it! Keep talking.
The worst game ever. But it's been made largely by Sweet Baby Inc. people. It's like their game. They got to make a game, and they went off and they made it as like terrible cringe as possible. And when people started seeing footage of it, and they didn't even know it was Sweet Baby Inc., they were like saying, "Is this a parody of the kind of games that we've been complaining about?" Because it just seemed to be so far off into awkwardness and messaging that they thought it's a parody, right? And it wasn't. So yeah, we kind of peaked on all of this, and people are sick of it, and it's not making money, and that's getting back to the people who are backing it. And even though they were getting money from other sources, those sources are drying up. So those people that were helping with the funding aren't helping anymore because it wasn't making them money either. And we're going to have different political regimes quite likely if the election goes a different way, and everything's going to kind of snap into sanity because it's been insanity for like 10 years. Been very radical, progressive, and I haven't got anything about anything wrong with people who want to vote, on the left and the ideals of the left, but it's not the left. It's way, way beyond the left.
It's the circle. I'm just fucking around. If anybody hears that, I don't know what the circle is, so don't come for me.
So
I'm just saying crazy shit. Yeah, I want to move off this topic because we're gonna go into a topic for Uncompetitive, and I don't want that. So. This ends our segment for Star Wars. The reviews from real gamers are bad. The content creators that are covering this stuff is kind of like, I don't know really how to say this, but I'll just say that it's pretty fucking bad, right? It's pretty fucking bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Again, here we go right here with Call of Duty doing the right job. All the actors, their faces were captured properly. They actually look how they're supposed to look. I feel like the technology exists. Then if the technology exists, use it. And if you are using the technology, but then you go around to alter the technology that already helped you finish your fucking job, then it's on you. And yes, gamers are going to be talking to you. They're going to be mad at you for the questionable alteration of somebody's beautiful features. I mean, it's as simple as that. Like, I used to watch this content creator a lot. Like, I used to watch her a lot. She just popped up on my feed, literally just right now. I'm not even subscribed to her. Her shit popped up. I saw this video that came from Osmond Gold that featured this scene. I thought this was like people were fucking up and people were trolling. I was like, okay, there's no way it looks that bad. And it's related to a side mission where she's talking to another character. And her face actually does look like that. That is not edited by the internet or anything. That is literally what she looks like in the game. Like, all you had to do was just let this female in the video game version of the actress just look how she looks. You changed her, bro. You changed her. So, Uncompetitive, please give me the floor. I gotta cover all these topics that are in the chat. Sure. People keep talking to me about this and that and that. Let's go round up some of the stuff that people are talking to me about. And let me go put up a wait screen real quick. So let's get started with the people in the chat. If you want to send a super chat, that will be much more appreciative, because then I can get straight to you. When you don't send a super chat, we're not getting any melodies or notes or anything. So now I got to go find the small font of what some of you guys are talking about. A Ghost, you said Foam Stars is going free to play starting October 4th. That game flopped. It flopped really, really bad. That game flopped real bad. But yes, it is going free to play. 3 months after it released, Foam Stars is going free to play. I want to say this multiple times so you do not remind me. I know Foam Stars is going free to play starting October 4th. The game was only released on PS4 and PS5. It was a financial flop. We already know that. I don't even know if I'm going to try it out because it's going free to play, because there's going to be so many other games to play. So, you know, maybe it gets some money back being free to play. Maybe it doesn't. But it was a financial flop, and most hardcore PlayStation gamers did not ask for that game to be created. So I don't know what that's all about. I am going to get to Concord, but not right now. VidKid, I already answered you on that. Yes, we covered the next Capcom Fighting Collection game with the 2 Power Stone games included. I'm very excited about that, especially since you can play Power Stone 1 and 2 online in modern day. That is pretty fucking cool. Henry, you talked about the Division Mobile game had layoffs because the Division Mobile game was not a financial success. So Ubisoft, like I said, had already done has already done layoffs. Scrolling up. I saw Trails in the Sky remake on Nintendo Switch. I saw that too. We covered the Nintendo Switch. If you guys don't know that we covered it, that means you came late or you left. We covered the whole Nintendo Switch conference, the little indie event. We covered that whole segment. So what's going to happen is you can go rewind while we're live to go catch what we said, or you can wait until the live stream is posted and I will put out the timestamps. Henry, PS Gamer, I'm scrolling up. You said Horizon Lego day one, probably not for me. I grew out of Legos years ago, and as much as I loved Legos when I was younger, I'm not a Lego person. Not anymore. I think my last thing with Legos was Bionicles. I think after Bionicles, I aged out of Legos. Like, literally, I aged out. I was like, I had no interest in Legos. Neil Ghosted, you say, hey, JTech and chat. Just wanted to say hi. Have a great day. Thanks, man. I see you at the gym. It's really good to see a lot of gamers getting very, fit and taking their health seriously. Tyler Briggs, I haven't seen you in a while. Tyler Briggs, also a mod and a forever member of the PlayStation Legion. You said, I think Ghost of Tsushima 2 will be ready to release next year. I hope it has a jump like Forbidden West had in the first Horizon. Yeah, that would be a fucking crazy thing if it had a visual evolution like that. That's crazy. Did I miss anything else from the people in the chat? Chief Dot, you say Spider-Man Online won't flop. Why is Sony not dropping that? From what we know, they canceled it. That's what we all know. they canceled it. We don't know if it's still in development. We don't know if they actually didn't cancel it. We don't know. All we do know is that they canceled it, and that's why it's not out. It's not dropping because it's canceled. So I agree it should come out. I think it would do much better than Concord. I think it would do much better than the Phone Stars game. But, you know, sometimes there's a huge disconnect in communication between the gamers and the companies. And yeah. Chief Dot, you also say, why Lego and not Little Big Planet? Because I highly doubt the Nintendo Switch can handle a game like Little Big Planet, as well as the copyrights and the fact that Nintendo would probably not want a game on their platform where you can recreate Super Mario. So if you guys are not familiar with Little Big Planet and Dreams, I will give you a quick overview without going into Dreams as to why they will not allow a game like Little Big Planet on the Nintendo systems. You know, those games are full of people making like Mario games in it, and they're in so many cases they're much better. You know, here's a small example of my dreams folder for my media gallery. And most of the time when I'm hopping on Dreams these days, I'm just playing Mario games. You know, you can only imagine, you know, that Nintendo probably would not want a PlayStation game that can recreate their games better than they can. Yeah, I don't think they would want that. You know, this is actually Mario running on a PlayStation 4 game, while I'm running it on a PS5 at 4K 60 or a higher resolution than 1080p at lock 60. Yeah, and it looks good. Mario looks great. He looks great. He looks better than he's ever looked, ever. And one person made that. You know, so yeah, that's the reason why they're not making a Little Big Planet game that's completely multi-platform that also goes to the Nintendo Switch. So Horizon is, I would assume, is a struggling IP right now, and they want it to be mainstream, super mainstream. So that's why they did that, and that's why they allowed what they allowed. If it was me, I wouldn't put shit on there. Because Nintendo ain't going to give you shit. And Nintendo, I think Xbox and PlayStation need to understand that. You putting games on Nintendo does not mean Nintendo going to put their games on your platforms. So you're not going to get anything from this. That's just how it is. Ice Queen, you said, I'm home, but not doing well with my mental health problems at all. Just feel like crap. No joke. I hope you feel better. I truly do hope you feel better. Let me see. Henry said probably for the same reason Factions 2 was canceled. Insomniac didn't want to commit to becoming that kind of studio. Yeah, I can understand that. But you also turn away guaranteed fucking money. Like, dead ass serious. Like, turning down guaranteed fucking money. That's just how it is. That's guaranteed money you turn down. Like, whether we talking about Spider-Man or we talking about Spider-Man or we talking about The Last of Us multiplayer, like, that's guaranteed money. You know, like when I'm running around YouTube sometimes, I'm looking for some leaked shit. I wonder why we don't see no leak anything from The Last of Us faction. Like, they leaking the shit out of Wolverine. They leaked the shit out of that Spider-Man multiplayer. I'm looking for The Last of Us leaks. By the way, let me go do my daily checkup. Normally I do this shit in private when I'm looking for leaks and shit for Wolverine and stuff, but we gonna see. The Last of Us Factions 2 leaks. The Last of Us 2 Factions multiplayer leaked 4 years ago. Really?
What?
Let me see. Probably fake. That was 4 years ago, so maybe it's real. Factions 2 footage leaked. Let me go check. Let me go check some of this stuff out real quick. Let me go check it out.
Oh, Factions 1 footage just shown again, isn't it? That's what they'll do.
Nah, this is real. Yeah, I remember this one. Yeah, that was actually real. Yep, that one was real. What about this one? This was not real. This was just single player footage. Yeah, this was just single player footage. Ugh, I hate people like that. The Last of Us Factions 2, you won't believe what's coming. No, you're just showing Factions 1. Here we go. Here's another one. This one was real though. Yeah, this one was real. This one was actually real. Still don't feel safe sharing it with you guys because, you know, the rules a little bit different. But yeah, that was real. Yeah, that one was real. Damn. And that's like old footage. It's like 4 fucking years ago when they leaked that gameplay. And you know, I don't know when they cancel the project, they delete everything and there's nothing for any of the hackers to leak. But yeah, man, that one was real. Wow, it sucks because I definitely believe Bungie had some sort of hand in The Last of Us Factions 2 being canceled, and then Spider-Man the Great Web gameplay. I think they both had a hand in this. Like, this shit should not have been canceled, bro. Specifically, this one could have printed money. Even if it was bad. Even if it had microtransaction, it would have printed money, bro. When you go to these fucking conventions, what do you see? People dressed up as Spider-Man. Do you see him in a regular Spider-Man? I see every type of Spider-Man, bro.
I think that's true. I think they were worried about having competition with Marathon. So they took out the competition by giving really bad advice to Sony.
What do you do in that situation, though? How do you punish them? They're already getting punished. Gamers don't fucking like Bungie anymore. But you're getting punished because you acquired Bungie. You fucked up. Sony fucked up real bad with that.
The thing I worry about is that it's hard to send messages to corporations when all that you can do is to just either buy or not buy their products. Because let's say, for example, you go and say, right, well, we don't like Concord because of reasons, right? And then you don't buy it and it does terrible and there's no one playing it. In fact, I saw someone and they were making a comparison in the Steam database and they said, do you realize the peak number of players in Gollum was higher? And I thought, no, really? That's embarrassing. It was like something like 728 versus 678. And I just thought, that's ridiculous, right? Gollum's supposed to be like the worst game ever made since E.T. the Extraterrestrial. And it's doing worse than that. So when you say with Concord like that the message they should take is to like stop putting games on PC, let's say, and because they're just not selling, and that would be the right message to take away. They might take it as we shouldn't do any of these online service games, and they've already cancelled some. And what we'd like is the opposite of that. We'd like them to actually do them. We'd like that this game very much. They're going to just do this one, And then if they wanted to put in the Factions 2 mode into the next Last of Us game, which would be the best place to put it, do that next, like in the future when that game comes around. I don't think Sony needs to do too many live service games at once, because I don't think that there's that many people on the Sony platform who play live service games from Sony. They will, if they're into it, they'll play Battlefield or Call of Duty like everyone else. But in terms of the Sony games, I feel they can be in conflict with each other.
Well, I agree, and I think that games as service titles versus Sony games as service titles versus Sony single player titles can have a conflict of interest as well.
Yeah,
since we play more single player games over here than multiplayer. So if Sony was to bring out a let's say Concord, and then you have a console exclusive by default because Xbox is such a shitty system to develop for it, which is Black Myth Wukong, you see what happened with that situation. They both came out the same week.
Yeah, I think that's a big factor that got all the hype. Because
if no one was talking about Black Myth that whole week, Concord would have had more of a chance.
Even though Concord had come out unless people were complaining about it. So the only thing you're hearing about it is negative stuff. But I don't think it's really the question of the pronouns. People made out that was a problem. The character that seemed to have was called that their pronouns were undefined was a fungus. So I don't think fungus are either male or female. I think a fungus is just a fungus. It's not. It doesn't breed with anything. I don't know enough about biology, but I think it's just it's in another category of its own, right? So I don't think it's inaccurate to say it's undefined. But again, everyone's so hypersensitive now. It would have been better to leave it implicit what all people's pronouns were in the game, because why list them, right? That's the thing. Why even mention them? Because if you've got a female-looking character and then you say she, her, you don't need to say all of that. Just rip that text out of the game and no one cares. Then the other thing is, I think, which was more of a problem, which people haven't commented on, is that the character designs are kind of smug. Now, oddly, in the CGI trailer, like the first one they did, that people thought, oh, this looks quite interesting, before they found out it was just a 6v6, shooter. They looked at that trailer and they thought, yeah, this looks interesting. Really, really nice, high quality CGI. But then in the game, everyone that you pick, when you introduce them, they kind of do some kind of flourish when you've selected them as your character. They are insufferably smug. I mean, the only ones that aren't, you can't tell they're smug because they're wearing a helmet and you can't see their face. But they're uniformly smug. And I just thought, okay, that kind of makes me not like them. And I'm supposed to be identifying them. They're supposed to be my hero. So how did that happen? And you look at those characters and then you look at the ones in Dustborn, and the ones in Dustborn are kind of smug as well. In a kind of aggressive, way that we always talk about not liking, right? So I feel it's the same thing. And I think that people picked up on that vibe. They didn't. I don't have a problem with the colour, and I don't have a problem with the environments and all of that. It's just the energy coming off the characters was not great.
I agree. I was just thinking, I think that even though they're not much of heroes, the Boys television series, if they would have made a hero video game of a lower budget, it probably would have did better than Concord.
Well, look. Let's compare it to what it's supposed to be in competition with Overwatch, right? Because someone did an analysis and they said, look at when Overwatch came out, and look at when they've been developing this Concord game for 8 years. It's like they commissioned it in order to have their own Overwatch. Because it goes back to there's Overwatch, then they would have had an idea of doing something like it, and then 8 years later the game comes out. And someone also suggested, and I don't know if there's anything to this, but they suggested that it was because of the ABK deal going through that they were like, we want to be in a position where we don't lose Overwatch, because if it ends up exclusive to Xbox, we won't have it anymore. So we need our own Overwatch. So that was the whole rationale for doing Concord, was as a strategy to avoid losing Overwatch, because they'd have something similar. And I thought, well, that's interesting. I don't know if it's true. It's interesting. But the thing is, if you look at Overwatch, and I have played it, I didn't really like it as much as Concord, to be honest. I think it's way inferior to Concord. Concord's a better game than Overwatch. The characters design in Overwatch are great. I like them all. And the people in the community, unbidden, then made, porn out of them all. So it was popular with them enough to, have a, erotic relationship with characters. So that's a success, isn't it? I don't see people making porn out of Concord characters. Put it that way. Right? He's gone very quiet. Probably said the wrong thing. But yeah, I think that's a problem. It's not even particularly how they look and how they dress. I mean, there's a fat character in there, and you might think, oh, it's body positivity is influencing that character design, and the character's called Daw, D-A-W. But I mean, there was a fat character in Overwatch called May. So it's like, what's the difference? It's not like you can't have fat characters in stories in video games. It's fine. People are fat. People can come in all shapes and sizes. So that kind of thing of like, no, she's fat, therefore she must be
cool. After I'm done getting canceled because of you, I will retire, and I will work for the Xbox Commission to save them from themselves.
Well, look,
I had to step out multiple times. My food got here and some other stuff, but from the bits and pieces that I heard, I definitely agree with you. Like, they're not likable characters. They're not much of heroes. You don't really know who they are and what they've done. They're basically they call them free runners, but they're basically, what is that thing called? Bounty hunters? Not bounty hunters. Is it bounty hunters?
But they're not bounty hunters.
Like vigilantes or something. They're not heroes, though. Because
the law of the game is really, really simple. So what it is that it used to be there was a guild, and the guild would have control of space and hyperspace lanes. And then no one could go anywhere unless the guild said so. And it was used for trade. And then there was this battle, and there's this, the spaceship that they refer to at the very first part of the game, and they said this spaceship went off, and they fought the guild, and they made it so they got the map to the space lanes, and now we all have the map. They gave it to everyone who's a free runner or free gunner for free, and we've just got hold of the map because we are being included, so we now get to travel space. And without this, we wouldn't be able to travel space. It wouldn't be safe. We wouldn't be able to navigate around bars at high space speed or something. It's like, okay, that kind of makes sense. I mean, I tend to look at things and think, if you're traveling in space and you've got a ship that can go at light speed, it wouldn't be a problem. And you just go wherever the fuck you wanted, right? But they've made it so that, no, you have that ship that can do that, and yet you have to have a map. It's like, okay.
So,
but this is the whole point of the game, is that's why you're free gunner. Is that right?
Free runner. I think
free runner. And
I think it's a free runner, yeah.
But on the basis of this map. And it's not like you can go absolutely
anywhere.
So
why in the game, why are we fighting each other?
It's only to the levels and the planets that they've got, which are destinations on the map. right? So you can say and you don't get to choose to go there. It's not like Starfield where you pick a planet and you go there. You have it just selected for you in a matchmaking system. So it's like, so why do you go into all of this stuff at the beginning with a galactic map? And then show me a galactic map and I can go off and zoom in on it, but I can't pick a location on it and go there. What's the point? And when I went through all of that on my stream, which no one watched, I kind of felt irritated. I felt like I'd had like 20 minutes of the first part of the game was a waste of my time. And I felt that, you know, that was supposed to be...
Have you ever seen this stuff? The footage you're looking at? The concept art of Gwen Stacy?
No.
They actually like had story behind her being included in Spider-Man. I don't think she's gonna be included in Spider-Man, because why would she be included if this was the game that was supposed to introduce her? This just is so fucking crazy, bro. Like, this was a really good game, and it looked like it was gonna have a story.
They got Vulture.
Yeah, that's Vulture.
Interesting.
I don't get it. I don't understand why they canceled this.
Well, hopefully it'll come back. I mean, we might find out, what is it going to be next month? September, there's going to be a state of play, possibly. What date did you say you thought it would be? Would it be the end of the month?
No, if they do a summer one, at the end of the summer, it has to be the beginning of September.
Okay, well, in the first week or second week?
It'll have to be the second. It might be the second. I gotta look at the calendar. I haven't done this in a while. Hold on, man. Did you see what I just saw? So there was like a base of operations in Gwen Stacy's bedroom. And they showed that, okay, she got the drum set and she got a little bit of computers, right? And then it looks like it upgrades as the story of the game goes on. And then she has better monitors and she has a better section for her drums. She has like a holographic board that comes down, as you can see the city. I'm like, bro, this is fucking dope, man.
Yeah, I know.
How do they throw this away, bro?
Well, I don't know. The thing is it's annoying because it's obviously they put a load of effort into this to get it to look like this and spend money on it. And then they said, nah, we're alright, we don't need to make this one of our games.
Of all games, this would have been the one to make the game.
I mean, they're saying that the Concord cost 280 million.
Fuck!
Right?
Are you serious?
And they put this out, and they put that out, and they didn't put this out. Now, obviously, this game would need more money to be finished. But forget about Concord, do this.
Yeah, do this. Forget about Concord. I know it's already available right now, but you need to...
No, but I mean, you know, whoever made the decision about, you know, I can see that when I heard that thing about they needed to have something that was going to be their Overwatch just in case they lost Overwatch, I thought, well, that could be complete speculation. But I think it makes sense.
It's funny because Overwatch isn't even big anymore.
The timeline works with the ABK deal, how long that was in the works for, because it seems like an awfully long time.
Yeah,
I don't think the ABK deal extends back.
Have you seen how things change, though? This is why I say game developers and companies should not copy off of other game developers, because it's going to take you, 4, 5, 6 years to make that game you're copying off of come out. Things change in fucking 5 years.
That's a very good point. And I used to make this point in the past about Halo, because Halo under Bungie was Halo, and it was its own thing. And if you wanted a Halo-style game, you played it there. Then when 343 took over, they hired people who hated Halo. That is a fact. That comes from the mouth of Frank O'Connor, who's one of the developers. And these people were like Activision employees. And they came over and they had this idea, why don't we chase after the success of Black Ops? Because Black Ops had come out and it had made like $1 billion. And this was that unprecedented amount of money. And so they were like, oh, we'd like to have $1 billion from the next Halo. So they went off and they made Halo 4. And they started to try and copy things that were in Black Ops. Now, at the time, Black Ops was doing things like a kind of, let me think, it was like a kind of ordnance drop. And that was one of the things it did. And they said, right, we'll have that. And so they copied that. Then the next game that came along was, I think, Advanced Warfare, where there was like, you know, you have these exosuits and you could thrust around and dodge and you can jump up onto things, right? And then in the development of Halo 5, they had all of that. They had the entire slate of things that the exosuit did. But then at the last minute, they cut out the thing that allows you to double jump over things. Because it's really made it super similar if they had that as well. Then they came to Infinite Warfare. Infinite Warfare has a grapple. Halo Infinite has a grapple. So they haven't got any ideas of their own. They just steal from Call of Duty and expect people who are already liking Call of Duty and play it for that reason and have their own friends in Call of Duty and stuff and want to rank up from day one every time the new one comes out. They want to steal players from that game that is obviously the best Call of Duty game that there is, because it is Call of Duty, and then go over to the fake one that isn't as good. Can't be as good. And then they are pissing off all the people who are Halo players, who no longer have a Halo game, because they've made it like Call of Duty. And I just thought, well, this is the reason why they went from having 14 million active players in Halo 3 to 5.5 in Halo 5. And we don't even know how many there are on Halo Infinite. It might be even less, even though it's free to play. So 343 has essentially destroyed Halo by chasing after making it like Call of Duty. And so that's exactly kind of like, that's the condensed thing of what you're talking about with, you know, Concord being made to be a copy of Overwatch. It's like, why? Why even do it? You know, because people are just going to say, well, I can play Overwatch, I'd sooner do that. It's like a power limitation of Overwatch for a lot of people. I mean, I would say that Concord's better than Overwatch, and it's better than Overwatch 2, because now you can't even get Overwatch anymore. Overwatch was better than Overwatch 2, and Overwatch 2 sort of spoiled Overwatch, and you can't even play Overwatch anymore, which is a shame. But the Concord's a better game than Overwatch 2, but it has terrible character design.
Okay, so I'll answer that question, Harlem, but yeah, I know I've answered it already, but I'll answer it again. Hold on.
Fire Sprite should be in jail for the amount of money they stole.
I was thinking that too. I'm like, how can you punish them other than closing them down, even though you just acquired them this year? It's like it's not one big loss. It's multiple losses, bro. It does add up to a total loss, but it's multiple losses. You acquired them because you thought they had a banger. Okay, that was a horrible investment. They brought out the banger, but it was a flop. That's another fucking horrible investment, bro. Now you're investing hundreds of millions of dollars or millions of dollars into the marketing of this game to see if it can be salvageable. That's another waste.
They haven't marketed it that much. I mean, I've been to the cinema a few times recently, and they have never done an advert for it.
Oh, good. Because Astrobot needs all the rest of the marketing.
Do you want to guess?
What happened?
Well, they did an advert for Senua's Saga. Hellblade 2. and it
Oh yeah.
looked really good in the cinema.
Oh yeah, I saw that before. Yeah, I saw that one before.
And I just thought, oh well, there you are. Microsoft's actually advertised it. I didn't think they would. But no, not a peep about Concord. Yeah, it is a bit like Cowboy Bebop, but the thing is about that, make a Cowboy Bebop game. Like,
yeah, don't make something like it. Make it.
Make it, yes. Pay for the license and make it cartoony, so it's not actually that expensive to do, right? Because making it on the standard of the visuals in Concord, it makes it more expensive. So you end up with a cheaper development, but then having to pay a bit off the back for the license. And I don't think it should be PvP. I think it should be PvE. Because that way you can use stories from within the Cowboy Bebop series, and you can just directly port them over to the game and make that the same plot. So you're playing in the game, you're playing the anime. I mean,
That makes
yeah,
sense.
the anime. That's how it should be.
Well,
new stories.
we're still on a Concord topic right now, but I want to kind of close it out and then we can go to something else. But what I will say, and Harlem, I'll give you my answer a little bit later about what I'm gonna be playing or what am I excited about after Black Myth Wukong. I'll give you that. It's really I don't want to lie to you because we haven't stepped into the future and I don't know what my next game is that I'm gonna be excited about. But I'll try very, very hard to give you an answer to that question. Some of you guys' questions are very irritating because I work in the here and now and I don't work in the future. So there are games that are coming out, but I don't know if they're like on that level of what Black Myth Wukong is giving me. And the only real answer I can give you right now is just Astrobot. But I feel like that's pretty obvious. But if you didn't know by now, that's my next game that's coming out that I have already pre-ordered. The extreme the ultimate edition of. So Astrobot is the next game for me. So yeah, that's so that's what we're dealing with right now. Like Astrobot, that's it right now. Maybe at the PlayStation State of Play. I'm hearing rumors that it's a State of Play. We're all pretty much looking for a showcase. But I'm hearing rumors that the September event is going to be a State of Play. It's going to be a long one. And the focus is going to be PlayStation 5 Pro. That's the rumor of what's going to go down. Right? We don't know what actually will happen until we are in that moment. But what we're hearing is going to be a State of Play, a long one. And it's going to have a lot of focus on PS5 Pro. And then like one or two other games or something like that. With that being said, I want to close out the topic for Concord. Concord is a flop. It's a certified financial flop. I know that people in the PlayStation Legion are playing it and everything like that, but that does not mean the game is a success. It just means people really like that game. They went out and brought it. They're going to support it and do what they need to do, and that's awesome. But as of right now, it's definitely 100% a financial flop. Now I heard different things like within the top games for our country or different territories, and that doesn't really mean a lot. It means it's doing much better on PlayStation than it is on PC, but other than that, it doesn't mean a lot. So right now, what we got the top games. We got Madden Deluxe Edition. We got Deluxe Edition of College Football. We got Star Wars Outlaws. the $110 version. We have 2K25. We have Football Club. We have Valorant. We have Football Club 24 again. We have NBA 2K24. We have Honkai Star Rail. And then we have Dragon Ball Z Sparkling Zero. Is the game out? Oh, it's not out. It's you can pre-order it. These are the top games in my country. And I don't think all of them are out. Is Madden out? Madden's out. Okay, Madden's out. What about 2K? Is 2K out? No, 2K doesn't come out until next week. But yeah, some of the games in my country are not even out. Okay, Valorant is out. Nah, it's the old football. Here's the new Football Club. When does this come out? Towards the end of next month. So there are games that are there are games that are included in the game catalog. Offer ends the end of this month. So there's no point in me adding it because they're gonna take that shit out the store. Yeah, I heard somebody say it was like one of the top games in the country. That was a fucking lie. These are the top games in my country. Of the United States of America. These are the top games. Concord is not there and probably has never been in a top game. So again, it just because you play games don't mean just because you play a bad game does not mean that game is good. And just because you play a good game does not mean that game is bad. I know it's a little confusing, but I don't want anybody to take an L. This is a game you've been waiting for. Go out, support it. That's good. But don't take an L for them. Like, I'm looking right here in the new game section, and they don't even have that shit out in the new game section. That right there is a problem as well. Like, I'm not even seeing that right now at all. That's a problem. Oh, okay. What happened? What happened with this game? Because I remember what the anime was about. So I would assume that this is like a farming town building game. Yeah, that makes sense. And maybe like a turn-based type of game. This actually looks pretty good. It kind of reminds me of Pokemon and Digimon a little bit. Okay. Huh. Okay. I'll put that on the list. Dustborn. Surprisingly, Dustborn has a high review score. It's a 4.23, but only 73 people voted for it. So that I think that's really, really bad though, because only 73 people voted for this shit. Concord, I think, is lower, but I'm not using this as a indication of what everybody thinks about Concord, but it is pretty interesting that from what I saw from Concord, it was very, very low. So this is Concord beta. I'm not going to look at the review score for Concord beta. Why? Because it doesn't fucking exist. It's a fucking beta. When you go into view product, that's when they're going to take you to the official Concord page. This is when you can go to the review page and also see the friends that play this game, right? I'm not looking at the friends that play it. I'm looking at the score. And it has 8,000 people. The Dustborn game only has 73 people that left a review. Concord has 8,000 people. And the review score is sitting at a 2.87 out of 5. That is actually pretty low. 40% of the people that voted for this game, that does not indicate everybody that owns the game voted, but that does indicate people that did want to vote for the game. They left a 1 star out of 5 stars. And the 5-star votes only are sitting at 33%. The 1-star votes are sitting at 40%. So the majority of people that voted for this game thought it was very, very bad. Again, taking a screenshot of that. And then you would go on over to a Black of the Myth. And I would assume that Black Myth has like tens of thousands of votes for the reviews. I would assume. Yeah, it's up there. So Black Myth is sitting at 48,000 reviews. And 80% of them are a 5-star. Only 11% are 1-star. It's almost got 50,000 reviews, and Concord is sitting at 7,000 something reviews. I think I didn't review it yet, but I'm gonna review it. 5 stars. Obviously, 5 stars. There we go. That's 5 stars for that. Look, man, I can't save Concord. Nobody asked them to make that game that way. I think that, again, graphics, gunplay, gameplay, all solid, but all the additional stuff that you didn't really need to do, you did it anyway, and you're suffering the consequences of doing stuff that you knew were not gonna make people buy your game. You know, you want to make money, you're gonna do what you need to do to make money. Other than that, prepare to lose money.
No.
That's how you do it. Henry, what's going on? You said there's a reason Concord is failing, but its quality isn't one of them. Yeah, the quality of the game, graphics, gameplay, gunplay, those are not the 3 reasons why it's failing. It's everything else. It's everything else. I will say, again, with 7,000 votes on the PlayStation version of the game, that obviously indicates that there are way more people on PlayStation alone playing this game than the people that are on PC. And that is where we're going to end this topic. We're going to go back to the Steam database and go see how many people are currently on Concord right now. Concord is currently, and earlier it was the same way, sitting at 203 people. I think earlier this morning I checked it, it was around 200 people. So it's at 203 people. It maxed off at 693? Was it 693? 697. It was 697. No, it maxed out at 697. $697. Yeah, you look like you probably got a... There's a lot of Game Pass out there. Lots and lots of Game Pass. So I don't know how to save this game. There's no strategy here. There's a lot that you got to change. There was something that I saw that I'm going to go post, and I do want to make this the last portion of this topic for Concord, but there was something that I saw. Basically, I had saw that they added something in the game that people said they didn't see, but I saw it, and I was like, well, these are the things that people said, hey, they don't want in their video games. But I had saw it, and it was pretty obvious. And I don't think Uncompetitive has saw it yet, but I saw it. And when I saw it, I was like, oh my goodness. Game Pass. So I'm actually gonna put 2 I'm gonna put two pictures, the Concord picture and this other picture, and then I'm gonna see if y'all can spot what they added in Concord from the other picture that I'm adding from another game. That's also a PlayStation exclusive. Okay. Y'all ready? Uncompetitive, are you available?
Yeah, I'm watching.
You're gonna love this. So, I'm gonna go with the first picture that's not Concord. And then can you tell me what you see? What type of fabric?
Daniel Quasar Progressive Trifling.
There you go. Okay. So you see the colors, you remember the colors, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the picture I took. I took this picture. Because I thought I was like, after I saw it a lot of times, I thought it would be funny to like take this picture and have Spider-Man show that yes, these flags are in there, right? No problem. Yeah. I ain't saying anything negative. I just took the picture. This is like I think I posted it one time on Twitter and nobody paid attention, so it's cool. Okay, so now I'm going to Concord. Now, do you see anything in Concord in the background?
Well, there's a mural, but I mean, I remember being in that location, looking at it, and I couldn't. I mean, it's got some of those same colors in it.
It has all the same colors. The brown is there too, and there's a black one right there. It's a black color right there.
You can fault it for colors.
I'm not saying so. I'm just saying it's a lot of things that are hidden, and that right there, I had never really seen it. And today is my first time. Like, I got this picture yesterday, and now I'm seeing something I never saw before. So there are 4 circles, and each circle or a coin or whatever is being held by a different species of a different color. Do you see it?
Yeah.
And that's again, it's the same sentiment of the flag. It's like it's a rainbow circle. I never really thought about it that way, but yeah, it's a rainbow circle.
I thought that was gambling.
Possibly, but it is a gamble. What they're doing, it is a major gamble. But I thought it was interesting. I saw this on Twitter. Somebody in our community, I think, got the game, and they posted this because they got a victory. And I saw that that's the first thing that my eye caught. Because you see so many colors, like just like a kid. Kids love cartoons because they're so colorful. So when you see this, you're like, you're not looking at the 5 characters down there. You're looking at the colors in the background because there's so many of them. I was like, wow, okay, I see what you guys put in here.
Jay's saying he's getting get of called Concord, but continues to talk about it.
We're almost about to leave the segment. Trust me, because
I do not think that this is the flag.
I don't think it's the flag, but
referring to the flag.
Oh no, it's not that flag. I think it would be related to the original flag, the classic rainbow flag, the original.
Oh, okay. Well, that would be the Gilbert Adair one.
Yeah.
No, not.
I don't know a difference. All I know is that over time it's changed and it had a. I don't know.
Because the Gilbert, I'm pretty sure the Gilbert Adair one doesn't have turquoise in it.
I didn't even know people that made these flags. I just thought the flag was just a rainbow flag. I don't even know the people that made it.
There was a rainbow flag, but the one that was the original one had pink in it. And then there were cheapskates.
Pink's in there.
And we do it without having to make it. And they went and bought a whole lot of. There was actually, you could buy rainbow fabric that was like pre-made, and they made their flag out of the rainbow. You know what?
Fabric. I never really noticed that there wasn't pink. I thought pink was in the rainbow before.
No, it was the top bar of it was pink, and that was the original one. And then they went off and.
I didn't notice that. Because they wanted to use pink for another section?
Well, it was too expensive to make all the flags, so they pretty soon stopped.
I'm so fucking confused.
The initial,
I'm so fucking confused. I just thought it was like a rainbow flag. I mean,
it has got turquoise in it. Yeah, it has got turquoise.
I don't know. I just thought at the end of the day, like, I'm not well versed in the deeper politics, the deeper meanings.
Magic.
That's crazy, bro. I was over here believing the Game Pass was a real subscription service, and now not so much. Okay, what was our next topic? And if anybody has micro topics, you can start putting them down in the comment section, and then we'll read them off. Xbox's last place for life. No, that's a good topic. So Xbox's last place for life is very interesting because that's gonna also take us back into Black Myth. However, we're not going to talk about that topic. We have to talk about the rest of this fucking trailer that's 15 minutes long that has concept art for Spider-Man, the multiplayer game, that I didn't see before. Look at this. Look at this female Spider-Woman, the one with the Venom outfit and the red hair. Like, there is so much different concept art for the Spider-Man video game. Like you said, this shit looked like it was done, bro.
Is it Gilbert Baker?
Every time I think of Spider-Man, I get pissed off that this game is
I've got the name wrong. It's Gilbert Baker, not Gilbert. Right. Not that anyone will care.
Nope.
It's exactly the same as the pride flag, except it's got a pink stripe at the top. They should go back to it. You know?
If anything,
I think it's getting more and more complicated. They're now putting a yellow circle inside the white part of the triangle.
This game right here would have been making money.
I know.
Bro, look at that. That's awesome. That's day one. Bro, that is day one right there. Bro, oh my God. What is wrong with them? I need to know who canceled it. They need to get fired. You remember when we covered this topic like a week or two ago? Where we heard that Sony executives, they were like out for blood in relation to whoever got this shit canceled?
No, I don't think we did cover it. I wasn't here.
Totoki, from what I read, there was a rumor that Totoki was pissed off that this was canceled.
Well, they can uncancel it. Unless they decided, oh, well, we need those hard drives, we'll delete all the code off them. No, you don't do that. Hard drives aren't that expensive. They've probably still got all the stuff that they're working on up to this point still around somewhere as a file. So they'd be stupid to get rid of it. So just build on what you've got.
The thing is, look at all this shit that I'm seeing. I've never seen this before.
Well, it's got Mephisto in it and stuff, hasn't it?
Bro, I've never seen this YouTube video before. I've never seen all of these fucking pictures and shit.
This game could be better than Spider-Man 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Uh-huh. It could be better than Game of the Year.
Well, what would be the Game of the Year this year?
Redfall.
It won't be Concord.
That's a good topic.
What is
we should add Game of the Year to the topic.
This year. Do we know?
I don't know.
It'd be Black Myth.
Black Myth and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
I don't think people give it to remakes, particularly.
Jeff Keighley will. It'll be nominated.
Oh, it could be Stellar Blade.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? Between the two, Black Myth Wukong or Stellar Blade, which is more likely to win?
Black Myth is better than Stellar Blade. I'll give it to Black Myth.
Interesting, because you really were keen on Stellar Blade. Did it overstay its welcome? Did it make you...
No, it's just the story already for Black Myth is way better than Stellar Blade.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because it's based on a novel from the 1600s in China, so it's got all of that to it.
Yeah.
And it was such a strong story that it ended up being done again and again in lots of different media.
So many times.
Interest in it. I mean, it's almost like the Chinese version of Shakespeare, because
Yep.
that sort of similar period, it's like 1500s and this is 1600s, so it's not that different in time. And the stories from Shakespeare have been done again and again and again in lots of different, like what's it called? That film. She's Not That Into You. That is an adaptation of The Taming of the Shrew.
That was a good.
And then there was
a
a Sydney
really good
Sweeney film that was recent that was also based off a
Gotta open this Game Pass camera.
Shakespeare. And I don't think anyone realised it was Shakespeare.
Day one.
But I was watching it, I was thinking, is this Shakespeare? That was the one with the guy, Glenn Powell, is it?
Shit.
And they like in a romance, but they're not actually liking each other. They're just doing it to make their respective people jealous. That film.
I'm gonna leave a poll. It's gonna be so evil, but I'm gonna leave this poll.
I think you like that film.
Which one?
I can't remember the title of it. It was Sydney Sweeney and Glenn Powell. I'll look it up. Because that's enough to find out the title.
Damn, I know exactly what movie you're talking about.
They're like on a boat at one point.
Yeah, I know. Oh my god.
She has a spider on her at some point or something. Or thinks she does. Or he thinks he's got one and he takes all his clothes off and...
Yeah.
Yeah, all of that's going on in it. But
Anyone but you. Anyone but you.
Anyone but you. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, I can't remember what the play is, but it's one of those things. And then, but the Black Myth Wukong thing, it's essentially they did it in Monkey. They did an opera of it. They've done it lots of different ways over the years. In lots of different media. I mean, Enslaved, what's it? Odyssey, Journey to the West or something. There's a video game of that, and that's also based off Monkey, although that's science fiction. That's like a PS3 game.
Okay, I just put up the poll. The poll is, what game do you want more? Spider-Man: The Great Web or Concord?
People are voting for the Concord. Yeah, someone's complaining you didn't give them a none of them option.
Because you got to pick one. Fuck that.
Well, you could go off and just not vote.
Yeah, just don't vote.
But there's not a voting option at the next election for none of them.
I think the closest you're gonna get to Spider-Man and the Great Web is Fortnite at this point, because they keep adding Spider people in there. But Sony had a chance to really make some money, like make some really serious money off of multiplayer games as a service title with Spider-Man. They had a good chance, and I don't really understand how they blew it. I don't understand it. I don't understand why they would want to blow it. It's weird. It's really weird. But
I wonder what would happen if you had an election where you had an option to vote for none, and then if enough people did, and it was actually like more people voted for none than any of the other parties, they wouldn't let any of the other parties actually take power. They say you can't do it and you can't do it, and we're just going to let the bureaucracy of the civil service or the institutions that like run things just carry on running things under the laws that were as they were, under the we just leave it going as it is.
Damn.
Because all that happens when you pick someone is they go off and have their own ideas of how to change everything. It's every person you vote for, they said, I'm going to bring change. And it's like, what if you don't want change? What if you basically want to... Ideally, you want to vote someone who does
You should probably vote for Spider-Man and the Great Web since you don't like Fortnite. Yeah. I hear what you're saying. It's a deep topic. I would love to talk to you about it, but not here.
That in this country, actually, it happened once because we had a hung parliament, and that meant that we didn't have enough power in any of the parties for them to actually really do anything. They were completely stymied, and it was great. It was like the only time in all the people we've ever had in power where I've thought, hey, I quite like this government, and I thought, why? And it's like, because they aren't doing anything. There's nothing to rail against because they've not got the power to change anything, and so you can't be upset about the changes.
Yeah, I remember this. I remember when PC fans were like modding suits for the iconic suits, and then Insomniac put those iconic suits into the video game for Spider-Man 2, and they look better. I remember this. This was funny. Because PC fans always swore they did a better job with modding than a developer, and they didn't. Nope. Yep, look at that. I'm looking at that right now. Way better. Way better in Spider-Man 2 than Spider-Man 1 with some fucking mods. Get out of here. Get out of here. You can't beat the fucking devs. You try. Can't beat them. Funny. Funny people over there. The PC gamers. They do a lot of gamer stuff. Rarely, but yeah, they do a lot of gamer stuff. Yeah, I still can't understand like why they would cancel, you know, that like Spider-Man's hot, bro. Like from video games to TV. Well, let's say video games and movies. Spider-Man's always gonna be hot, man, and TV shows too. Yeah. TV shows too with the animated series. He's always gonna be hot. I don't get it, bro. I don't get it. Waste of money. Somebody whispered in their ear, and I think it was Bungie. Someone whispered in their ear.
The name of that character, right? With the blonde, with the white hair. What's her name in the
Black Cat?
I don't know. Is it Black Cat?
Yeah, it's
the thing is, there's a character from Spider-Man, and they're saying that they're going to do a new Spider-Man movie, and they're saying that they're going to have.
That's her. That's her. That's her. Black Cat. That's Black Cat. Because everybody wanted Sydney to be Black Cat in the first place.
It's just a rumor at the moment, but it'd be Tom Holland and Zendaya and her in a love triangle. Thinking,
well, you better hope nothing. You better hope nothing real happens, because you know on the Spider-Man sets, the Spider-Men always end up with the Mary Jane or the love interest. So you know, always, crazy. What?
Well, the way the last film ended, it was like he's no longer with her, isn't he? And it's like he's trying to get back with her, but he's not sure whether he wants to like endanger her by having her be the girlfriend of Spider-Man and the risk that puts at her. You know, so it's like, what's he going to do? So he could actually like say, "I'll take a break for a bit," because it's not like I'm dumping her, and then he hangs out with Sydney Sweeney for a bit, and then maybe he gravitates back towards Zendaya by the end of the movie. And he's not cheating on her. She's not dating him anymore. Right? So he is free to go off with Sydney Sweeney if he wants to.
Yeah. In the movie, yeah, sure.
Movie. And as it is at the moment.
Yeah, and that's probably makes much better sense. People are mad that they're going to introduce the metaverse, but I don't.
Are they saying Black Widow? No, that's not Black Widow.
It's not Black Widow. It's Black. It's Black Cat.
No. Black Widow is Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not that. I want to end this topic too because this will be like maybe our fourth topic, but yeah, a very missed opportunity. Like you got, like Spider-Man could have print money. I wish we knew overall if Bungie was associated with the cancellation of this game and The Last of Us. A lot of people, like somebody in the chat told me Naughty Dog canceled it. Yes, they pulled the trigger, but we don't know if Bungie was whispering in anybody's ear. You get what I'm saying? It will be a big, major fucking deal if you had Bungie execs whispering in the ears of Insomniac devs and Naughty Dog devs about it won't work, or putting some fear mongering in there, or those two developers seeing that Bungie wasn't doing so good with their Destiny, and they're like, well, we definitely won't do good. I was like, bro, I'm gonna be honest, Insomniac and Naughty Dog are way bigger than fucking Bungie in value for the fans and award-winning devs. Like, they are huge compared to what Bungie is doing right now, bro. I think adding a multiplayer division to both of those studios would definitely pay off, but we'll never know now. And I don't think any of the other first-party studios are doing anything else with multiplayer going forward, and I don't think they will. Like, Concord is definitely gonna send bad vibes throughout the entire PlayStation studio family. I saw PlayStation devs studios. They were up there. Congratulating Concord on the launch, or Firewalk on the launch, and I'm looking at them like, bro, the shit's dead, right? But it was just orchestrated. It was like, hey, we gotta make them feel like they did good. We gotta make the collaborative wallpaper with our characters and their characters together. Like, I saw everything they did, but it just felt wrong because we know this game didn't do good. It's a big difference when a game is fire out the gates and devs congratulate other devs versus when devs congratulate other devs and the game is a flop out the gate. So it's crazy, bro. It's crazy, and it's always going to be crazy. I want to cover one rumor. This is not going to be a part of any other timestamps except for the Spider-Man timestamp. And the reason why I want to add this to the Spider-Man timestamp that we were just talking about is because there is some big rumors going on inside the Xbox community that Microsoft is getting the licenses for old Activision games that Activision has lost the licenses to reapply for those licenses to bring those old games back to life to put them on Game Pass. So people are saying that Deadpool, Marvel Ultimate Alliance, Spider-Man Web of Shadows, Spider-Man Ultimate Alliance 2, and Transformers War for Cybertron games are coming to Xbox via Game Pass because Phil Spencer is going back to Disney, back to other people that owns these rights to get this stuff back in the hands of Activision, which lost the rights to do Marvel games and all these other types of games. How believable do you think that is, Uncompetitive?
I really don't know, but Web of Shadows was a pretty good game.
It was a pretty good game. That's why this makes me feel like this is bullshit on the Xbox fan side.
Rather than just say I don't know, I'll say why I don't know. This is commenting on business. Business is complicated. This is commenting on rights holders. That's also, we don't know, right? This is commenting on the behavior of Microsoft, which really doesn't stand up to any logical examination. If you sort of say what Microsoft should do next is make money, so they will do this, and they invariably fail, right? And I've been applying that for like years until like about a year ago when I've been making my predictions about what they do, right? And I've been saying, oh, what they'll need to do is this. And I go on the round table and I say, what they'll need to do is this next. And they never do it because they always do the incompetent harebrained thing. It's without fail. And I'm now thinking I need to change my way I do my predictions. So I think go not off what would make sense financially, but what they're like as a personality, because they are idiots. And that comes from it being a led by committee system. They really have too many cooks, and that's what's causing them to.
You know what, bro?
Coherent vision.
That's my favorite song in the world. Too Many Cooks. You ever heard of that song?
No.
Bro, you never heard of
that
Too
is,
Many
the
Cooks.
problem that they have there. They have talent. They have money. They have really good engineers. But they also have no coherent vision.
Okay, you need to listen to this song. It's the best song in the world.
You're not going to get in trouble playing it.
No, I said you need to listen to it. I'm just showing it.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
It's called Too Many Cooks. The song was done on Adult Swim 9 years ago, almost 10 years old. One of the best songs ever. You have to watch this video.
All right.
Too Many Cooks, because it makes so much sense what you're saying, bro. You're going to. Oh man, they got an elders react to Too Many Cooks. Oh, they're gonna love that. They're gonna love that. 1 second, somebody's in the house.
Got your food. Yum yum yum. August. Are we going to have time to talk about Xbox being in last place for life? I don't know.
Yeah, Too Many Cooks is my fucking favorite song. Like,
are we moving on to the Xbox topic, or is that?
Yeah, we're gonna move on to the Xbox topic, and I wanted to segue. It's gonna be Black Myth is gonna have its own segment for gameplay purposes, but we are gonna talk about Xbox being last place in relation to Black Myth. And the reason why we're gonna do that is because Xbox fans seem to believe we got a broken we got a red alert. I searched Black Myth. I was going to go just put that there and put Xbox. And then guess who I see playing Black Myth Wukong? Ninja!
Oh,
he said he's going to play Black Myth Wukong all day today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when I say they're in last place is because of moments like this. They can't share the enjoyment of the best, hottest fucking game because their system sucks.
Well, he's a bit late to the party, to be honest, isn't he?
Doesn't matter. He's playing the hottest game right now. And a lot of other content creators are late too. T-Pain, he started playing it yesterday night. Mm-hmm. You know, like they're going to re-energize the sales though. They will do that. So the game is going to continue to be hot.
Yeah. I mean, the initial peak might have died down, and then still push.
Let me put it this way: you have Tyrone Magnus live streaming the game right now.
There are people with him who watch Fortnite, and they'll watch him because of Fortnite, and then they'll think, "I'll get this game."
Yep.
So it's taking people who basically only play the one game.
It's the Elden Ring. It's the dark. Sorry, it's the dark.
They'll buy another game. Their second game that they'll ever own will be Black Myth Wukong.
It's gonna be Elden Ring too. Like a lot of those same viewers, they got tricked into buying Elden Ring because all of the streamers were doing the Dark Souls, Sekiro, and Bloodborne playthroughs.
Yeah.
And I think I think Black Myth is gonna be the same thing. You got some of the biggest names in our gaming community, well, not our specific section of the gaming community, but
it's difficult, for as a game. Do you think people who play Fortnite it's relatively casual.
Yes.
So if they are, I mean, you respawn in it and everything, right? It's not true of Elden Ring and Wukong so much, is it? Those games are harder.
Yeah. This is gonna definitely be a
So
harder
I would
game.
argue that maybe the fact that people are like finding out about it through Fortnite streamers is not the best of things for the Fortnite gamer, because they're going to end up buying the game and find it incredibly difficult for them.
Yeah, they did the same thing with Elden Ring. In this game, you won't be able to rely on like putting something down and summoning somebody. No, you're gonna have to play it by yourself. Now, you do have summons, and you do have a summon meter for that specific summon, so you are good on that. Like, I have 2 summons, right? I can transform myself into this wolf that has a fire staff and does fire damage, and then the other sector, I have all these other smaller demons that I've defeated. The special versions of them, right? They glow in blue. If you defeat them, you suck them up into your little drink, kind of like a Pokemon, and then you can use them. They have their own meter, and that's based on how many times you hit the enemy or have hit enemies in that run. You build that meter up, it stays there until you use it again. And then, like, I have it on snakes, right? I've upgraded it. Yes, you can upgrade the specific demons you capture so they can be stronger and do better things. It's fucking dope. So I have this snake guy that I fought. Yeah. He's a boss. He's fighting me, but he's throwing down nothing but snakes, and they're all shooting me with poison spit. And I'm like taking poison damage. Now, I can transform it to him for like a quick second, do this little dance thing, bring out 3 snakes, and then those 3 snakes can spit poison at my enemy. They're going to take poison damage while I'm up there beating up the enemy. Then if I want to go crazy, I transform into the wolf that has a fire staff and do fire damage. Like, so there's ways that you can play this game, unlike like a Souls game that is completely no summons, completely you can't get no help from other characters. So it's a little easier, but you have to learn about some of this stuff to kind of weaken the enemy. But like I said, I'm blown away by the content creators that I know don't want to play a game like this that are playing this game because it is so hot. But they are late to it. And it is a funny thing because they're not gamers. We can confirm that they're not gamers. How do you skip out on this game? As a gamer, you should already have the gaming intuition to know that this game was fire. Why are you now just playing it? Like Tyrone Magnus, I already know he's fake. He will always play do something that's like hot. But when it comes to playing a game, no. He's late because he wants to make sure it's already confirmed fire, and then he'll try his hardest to jump on it as quick as possible to make it seem like he was always there. That is why I'm about to click on this video and see how far he is. If he's farther than Uncompetitive, then I'll give him a W.
Well, you can give him a small W, just for the fact he's covering it.
Oh, he's fighting this dude. I was in this area too. What? I'm in this area.
I didn't even know he did game streaming.
Oh, he does. Yeah, he does game streaming. Yeah, he's done game streaming.
But I don't like his React channels because he will have a video on and then he'll be like in the corner of the screen looking, and he doesn't make any comments, and he doesn't pause it and say anything, and he doesn't react. He's just looking. And I'm thinking, you could have repurposed that from another video and just spliced in the
Oh,
end.
yeah. Yeah. I don't watch none of his reactions either because he doesn't have much of a reaction.
Yeah.
So what's interesting, he is actually pretty far. He is actually pretty far. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can go far back to see... I can't see his stats because his head is in front of the level, so I can't see what his level is.
He deliberately put it there, hasn't he?
No, I can
Because
see
that's
it.
all the space at the bottom right hand corner
I
of the
can see
screen.
it. I can see it because it's transparent. He's level 33.
Oh, okay.
It's right by his cheek. He's level 33. I'm level 60 in this area because you get stopped, you know, and I want to go back and fight this dragon from the first area, from the forest area. I believe, yeah, and his combo stats are like not good. Like I'm gonna show y'all why I said that is not good. Gonna go into my thing. Big shout out to Somatic for sharing his thumbnails with me. Thank you, buddy. I'll check him out in a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna go to my stats because I saw his. I think it's his crash down attack or his
Wow.
critical hit attack, and I saw that it was 50, and I think mine was like 200. So if that is the case, he is severely underpowered, and I can understand why that Guardian was probably giving him a lot of a challenge. All you gotta do is, well, for me, all I gotta do is freeze him, and then do my charge attack, and then bam, he's dead. Fidel, you said you're in your early 20s in the game on chapter 2. On chapter 2? Damn. You probably get fucked over, man. No. His is 30 and mine is 62. Okay, that makes sense. I'm a little 60. So I can put my stats over here real quick for you guys to look at. That's crazy. I don't know, man. I still don't think he should be like 33 in the second part of the desert area, which means maybe he got to the desert area at 30, but probably got there in his 20s. He defeated the Wonder in white, and I would only assume that it will be a difficult feat for him. He seems to have played this game for a while because he's on his second video. His 6th video, and I think if I do another video on here, that'll probably be like my 5th video. I think my 4th or 5th. It'll be 4th or 5th because I've done 2 live streams on Twitch for this specifically. He's fighting a guy I didn't fight before, so he's definitely I would say that he's running through the game, because if he's on that guy, and I don't even know who that is, and he's level 33, I think he's under leveled, but that's just me. This is his live stream 6, so I will be going to part 8, 5. I would be going to part 5. What the fuck? Shit. Oh shit. So I'm gonna just go to the part where maybe he pauses the fucking game so we can see his stats, because you know, I know streamers don't like showing off how their stats, but I want to see those stats, bro. He got a different type of drink holder. What is that all about? I'm confused about that. He might either have the limited edition version or something, but because my shit don't look like that, and I've leveled my shit up quite a bit. Okay, so he just got over there. Not saying he's not pausing the game. He's doing a good run. I ain't gonna lie. He's definitely running through the game. Let me see how you deal with this dude. I think I fought this guy 3 times, and the 3rd time I killed him.
Oh, right.
He's powering through though.
Oh, that's cover. Right.
He ain't killed a father though. He's running through. Yeah, he's running through. He's not giving the boss any time to do anything. He's doing good though. He's not doing bad. He may have put a lot of his. I see his health bar is long as shit. He may have put a lot of his skill points into like defense and health, so that he can power through. I put a lot of my skill points into attack, and I'm letting when I pick up a magic extension, or when I pick up a health extension, that's when I will let that shit get upgraded. I'm not upgrading those sections manually until I'm done with leveling up all my attacks. Then I'm gonna start working on increasing those defense and shit like that, which I think I'll do defense before. Good job. So he bounces off the enemy and then he does a crash down attack. That's pretty good. I didn't know you could do that. That must be a technique. I gotta learn that technique. That's actually a really good fucking technique. He did pretty damn good. I think that was his first try. That's pretty damn good. Returnal Masters should not have a problem with this game. No. I mean, if you're played a Returnal, if you played any other Souls game, you should be alright. I do believe it's easier than Souls games because when you level up on this game, it does matter outside of just stats. You will have different abilities, different types of attacks you can do. And you have that really cheap attack where you can freeze people. Once you kind of like max that shit out with all the perks that it includes, you're fucking good after that, bro. Like once you max that shit out, you're good. Oh yeah, he ran away. I did the same thing. I ran away from that battle too. Oh, so did he go back to fight him? I don't know. But yeah, Tyrone Magnus is playing it, and he's been playing it for a while. He's on his 6th playthrough. Ninja is playing it, and I want to watch this. So let me just make sure. Let me make sure this is saved in my playlist because I want to watch that shit. Back to it. So you're either gonna be playing this game on Xbox, or you're gonna be playing this game on. Oh, sorry, you're gonna be playing this game on PlayStation or Xbox. So I want to just go over here and see what Luke had to say about it. Uncompetitive might have fell asleep because he's subscribing to Game Pass.
No, I was trying to give you the floor.
No. So this is the part. This is what I wanted to check with you because I know you're around and I'm around. Have you heard the excuse that the game is not on Xbox for technical difficulties?
Which one?
Black Myth Wukong.
Oh, well, I mean, I know it runs at 46 frames per second on a 4090, but it is doing it at 4K. So I don't know. I mean, the thing is that, I mean, it has to drop the resolution. It has to be like 1080, and then they could probably do it. But it would be, everyone would be saying, why is it such a low resolution? The thing is that the shaders are more optimized on PS5, and it has 3 times the texture streaming throughput because of the quantum decompression being in hardware. That's incredible. That means you get far more high fidelity textures, and they're loading in incredibly fast. And it's not a burden to the GPU or CPU. That's what you want. And then it's not like the Xbox Series X velocity architecture is terrible. I mean, that does decompression too. It is that the one on the Sony is that much faster, that it's 3 times faster. And then you've got a more optimized shaders. So like when you write the code for the shader, it does all the illumination and all that fancy stuff that modern games have. That goes through a thing called a compiler, and it comes out better code with more optimization. And the optimization, which isn't at the time of runtime, it's well before that, produces a faster result as a result. So it's not about the hardware, it's about software tools that have been used to make the game. And Sony's software tools are better than Microsoft's. So in a sense, you could say they have the secret sauce, and they have the best in the way of the hardware in terms of the bit that matters most, which is getting the textures to the screen. The teraflop spec is in the favour of Xbox, but they don't really seem to be doing much with it. You can't just get by with that alone. And of course, they're also held back by the whole parity thing that Phil's set up between it and the Series S. So that doesn't help. It might have been a different situation with the Xbox Series X if they'd never brought out an Xbox Series S. But they'd still need to have a better shader compilers. But it would be a big benefit there. I mean, there are actual technical reasons why the Xbox Series X is worse than the PS5. Because it should, on paper, be better, right? In terms of it being 12 teraflops. You think, oh yes, that's going to be better, but it's not. It's like you have to look at the entire system and everything it does. I can't hear this guy talking. Are you?
Yeah, I got him on mute. Because just.
So anyway, so that's all I have to say. I mean, it's all very technical.
Yeah, it seems to be technical. I mean, there's, the developers are not really saying the specific technical reasons why it's not on Xbox, but I think we all know it's Xbox Series S.
Yeah, that would be part of it.
If you wanted the basically, and this is where it really gets crazy because people are gonna tell me I'm wrong, but I know I'm not. If you want a next gen game or a current generation game to run on the Xbox Series S, you might as well just put it on a PS4 or PS4 Pro or Xbox One X, because that's what you're going to be doing when it comes to downgrading.
Yeah, that much of a downgrade, yes, easily.
It's that much of a downgrade, and I don't understand how Xbox fans, all of them, are not pissed off about how weak the Xbox Series S is. Like, I'm pissed about how weak the Switch is. Not because of Nintendo, but because of the lack of games that Nintendo fans can get. And if I ever did decide to get a Switch, I would be limited to a specific types of games because the system's so weak.
Yeah.
And this is they're missing out on. Look, I can understand why they missed out on Helldivers, but this one, you're missing out on this after Baldur's Gate 3 last year. You're missing out on another hot game for the same fucking reason. You're giving a big W to your fucking opposition just because you wanted to bring out this cheap alternative that was gonna that you thought was gonna take the world by storm because it was so cheap compared to everybody else, and it didn't work out that way. And I feel like once it didn't work, you should have canceled it. That would have been the best time to cancel that shit. As soon as it came out and you saw it didn't have the desired effect, you should have canceled it. Now it's too late. It's way too late. Way, way, way too late. Yeah, it's way too late, man. And Xbox fans, I don't know if they're feeling any type of way because we know most of them don't play games anyway. But I think they really, really need to contact their representatives in the Xbox fanboy community. Have these guys talk to Microsoft about finding a way to discontinue the Xbox Series S. Because you got these new units coming out. And we should really talk about this in this segment before we go all in on Black Myth and I start playing the game. But you have these new SKUs coming out, right? And if I'm not mistaken, they just add more memory. And by default, they're... Yeah. So it's basically a price hike.
Yeah. Yeah,
because I would bet my top dollar that all the other SKUs are going to be sold out and not replenished. They're only going to go forward with these models going forward. That would mean it's a price hike.
Well, I don't understand why they're making it. Every time you do another stock keeping unit, it's like you need another production line. So at the moment they've got 5.
Yeah,
and it's like so you're telling me that you think it's economical to have 5 production lines for something which is the 3rd place console? Are you mental?
They're not mental. They're Microsoft.
Now, I could see the way of like, I wouldn't have the one that has a dandruff on it, have dandruff on it. But if you had to have just one console, and keep one production line going so people could buy it if they really wanted it, you go with the top of the line model. And you could even make it more money so that they would not be selling it at a loss, which could be an issue, which might be the reason why there's an Xbox Series S. Because I had a theory that they came out with the one to beat the PS5, not knowing what the PS5 performance would be like, and they didn't want to lose ground because they'd had the Xbox One X, and that was like 6 teraflops, and that beat the PS4 Pro, right, which is 4.2. And then they said, right, we definitely don't want to lose the power narrative, so next time we're going to like double it, and we're going to have 12 teraflops, and hopefully that will beat out whatever Sony had. And they did, which because Sony's was 10, but they were selling it at more or less the same amount of money, and the problem there was that I think it cost them much more to make, and I think they were selling it at a loss. Now you can't keep that up for that long, but they made it so that they were hard to get hold of, and they were covered, and they could hide behind the pandemic and the fact that distribution was difficult and manufacturing and getting hold of the parts was difficult. But the fact that, like, we have the best console, look at the specs, we beat the competition, was the narrative at the time, if you think back. But when you go to the shops to buy one of these damn things, you can't get one. Then they come out with this Xbox Series S, and it's like, oh look, we've got this one that's is now magically available and it's everywhere, and that's the one everyone ends up buying because they can't get the one they really wanted, which was the Series X. And this one is closer to being sold for profit. But to manage to achieve that, they have to nerf it enormously from being actually a performant console. So it's got less memory than the Xbox One X, and it is got less teraflops. This has got 4 teraflops, and the Xbox One X has got 6. Now, it is in a way better than the Xbox One X because it's got the velocity architecture and the SSD. That's it. So all they needed to do is not even bother with the next generation, because they're clearly not interested in selling the Xbox Series X. They're interested in selling this. It's a kind of bait and switch. And if they were going to do that, then all they needed to do is bring out an elite version of the Xbox One X that had an SSD. Just that. That's it. You're done.
Well,
but
is it weird that we're smarter than these guys?
Same scenario again, because that one, they were selling that at a loss.
Yeah, but right? I feel like we're smarter than these guys, and we shouldn't be. Like they own these multi-trillion-dollar businesses, and you know what I'm saying? Like,
because I was saying when people were discussing the PS5 Pro, I was saying for like a year it won't happen. There's no way they can afford to do it at a price that people want to pay. So if you say, oh, it'll be 500, I say that they can't afford to do it for that and have it be good. And also, I thought it would make sense to do it if there was competition from Microsoft. But that competition's gone away. So why do they need to make a competitive system? They're in the lead anyway. So just stick with the PS5 and make it so that it's cheaper and cheaper to make over time, and then you make more and more profits over time. And it's not like the gaming division from Sony was doing all that well. We found out that from the earnings call. So all of those things were indicating that they're not going to do a PS5 Pro. And it seems that they are, and I was wrong. But now what seems to be happening is something I didn't even factor in, which is it might be like $600. And I'm thinking, well, how many people are going to stump up that money?
Well, I think kind of they're not going to make a lot. They're not going to make as many as people think they are.
They're going to make a lot.
No. They're going to make a little bit, bro. That should be very limited.
To do a decent console for a given generation that isn't, gimped, and that would be the PS5. And everyone's happy with that. And, you've got Astrobot on it at launch, and it's like really good. And then you go off, and then a bit down the line, you come up with one that's enhanced. It's the deluxe model, and it runs all the same games. And it's just like, if you want it, you can have it, but you have to pay for the extra. In this, with Xbox, they've done it the opposite way round. They came out with the Pro model, and then they turned it around and came out with the inferior model. It is bizarre. But I know why they've done it now. Because I think it's to do with this bait and switch thing. They couldn't afford to make the Xbox Series X be the actual next-gen console. What we'll see probably is that there will be an Xbox Series X that they might finish the generation with, and they'll kill off the Xbox Series X at some point, and this Xbox Series X will be the 2 terabyte model, and it might even be $700. Do you know how much the one with the down drop on is to buy? Have they said how much it is?
I
Is yet?
think the dandruff one is $600.
Well, I think they're hiding some of the costs their end, and probably the availability of that is probably a bit restricted. I think that they should make it cost how much it costs, and then at least in the future you'll be able to buy an Xbox if you wanted one. Because if you want one, it will be cheaper than buying a PC, which will basically be double the price, right? So I'm not knocking on an Xbox. If you want to play PC games and everything, that's fine. And at that point, what they could do to make it more enticing at the price of $700 is that they make it so that it supported Steam, and there's been rumours around that.
Wait up, repeat that last part.
There's been talk about them doing an Xbox that has Steam on it.
That
And I thought
been a long time I've been hearing that.
But I mean, if they're trying to get rid of the inventory, right, and they're going to be getting rid of Game Pass in 2028, and they're going to be getting rid of all their Xboxes by about then it's like, how do you shift the inventory? And you're thinking, well, you could make it so that they all run Steam. It's just a software update.
Somebody said
that they are anyway.
Hold on, Uncompetitive. Somebody says in the chat, Nick is saying in the chat, the digital Xbox Series X, that one is taking away the disc drive and selling it for the same exact price at $500. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah, but the one with the dandruff one still has a disc drive.
And it's they've upgraded it to 600. Now the reason why they're doing this is because they upping the SSDs. But if we're being honest, Microsoft could eat the cost of the SSDs, but they don't want to. So in reality, like I said, it's a price hike.
Well, it's still cheaper to get it, I think, with the SSD already in it than to upgrade the SSD as an external peripheral.
Yeah, it is.
Because the way they do it, with Sony, and I've upgraded my PS5, I wouldn't even contemplate doing it if I had to pay the price that you have to pay with the Xbox solution. It's just like an insult how much that costs. Yeah. But I do think it's strange that they've gone into being 5 stock keeping units. It's really surprising to me. Maybe they're just thinking we don't understand the market, we don't know what will sell. So we give people a choice and see what they go to, and whichever one they buy the most of, we'll keep that one and we'll cut the rest. I mean, that's a possibility.
Yeah.
But I've heard people that are like major kind of Xbox fan channels, most of those people that were kind of doing, the people, the usual names, and they generally play their new games on PC. And you're thinking, so you've not even got an Xbox, have you? So why are you an Xbox channel if you haven't got an Xbox and you're not playing there? You're playing on PC. What? I don't get it. They're playing Game Pass games on PC. So just say that. Say you're a Game Pass channel. But they don't. They talk about Xbox all the time. So what that tells me is that they in a sense the trailblazers, and they might even be evangelists and ambassadors for Xbox. So because there used to be a thing called Xbox Ambassador, and they might be told by people within Microsoft saying the trend we're going towards next is to actually move away from consoles onto mobile and PC, which makes a lot of sense because that way the customer buys the hardware and the manufacturer of the software doesn't have to produce a console for you to run it on and sell the console at a loss, which means all the risk is on, just in terms of the software, which is bad enough. You don't want to also have to sell people a console and then find people don't want to buy it and have sold it at a loss and then expect to recoup the cost of selling at a loss over like a 10-year period or 7-year period or whatever it is, you know? Because that's how it is. It's like there's an economy of scale with the console, and then they make it so it's easier to make, cheaper to make the parts that go into it, and so the price goes down, but the price stays constant usually, and then they get their profit margin mid-generation, and they really make money at the end. And then all of that helps, and they've got the royalties coming in from the software sales, which are also third-party sales. But if you've got, Larian Studios saying we're not even sure we want to put our game on your system, and various other people saying we're not going to start putting our game on your system because it's a load of rubbish and we can make enough money elsewhere, you haven't got any of that console model in your favour. So what do? You start making consoles. That doesn't mean you have to stop publishing software, because you can publish it on PS5 and you can publish it on PC.
You're right.
It's like they've got an albatross around their neck, and it is the console. And they're like, the sooner they cut the ties with that, the better. So for them to have 5 stock keeping units at the moment is just like bonkers.
You said something a while ago, not during the stream, but a few streams ago, that if they can force Xbox fans to not love Xbox the console anymore, it'll make it quicker for them to leave.
Okay, I have a theory on that. When Sarah Bond says something in the business update where they're all sat in the room, do you remember? And this is a while back, and Phil was talking about it's just going to be 4 games.
Yeah, I remember that.
Video, right? She says that they're working on hardware, and it will be the biggest generational leap we've ever seen.
Yeah, that's cap.
And I thought, okay, it's not going to be a handheld because it can't be a bigger leap, because they, having never made one, think about it, you need to have it be the third handheld they made, because there would be the leap from 1 to 2, whatever factor that was. The first handheld to the second handheld would be a scaling factor, and then the leap from 2 to 3 would be another one. Well, I mean, there haven't been any handheld, so it can't be a handheld. Then you look at consoles, and you look at the performance of the Xbox One or 360 to the Xbox One, and then from that to the Xbox One X. That jump is from 1.4 to 6. So bear that in mind, what you'd have to multiply to get from 1.4 to 6. Then you do that to get from 6 to 12. Well, 12 is not that same scaling factor, it's less. So it's not like it's been growing each time, right? And if you were to make it bigger than the scaling factor from 1 to X, for 1x, right? It would mean that you'd have, you take 12 and you multiply that on, wouldn't you? So that would be really big. I used to know what this was, but I think it's something like 54 teraflops or something. Let's just see. It would be 12 multiplied by 6 divided by 1.4. Is that right? 51.42 teraflops.
Whatever the calculation is to fall asleep, you got it.
So you're gonna
Game
take
Pass.
that. It's got to be more than that. So it's got to be a minimum. The next Xbox, if they do one, would have to be a minimum of 52 teraflops. That's before you do any kind of funny things like FSR scaling or anything.
What the fuck? Right? Why does it need 52 teraflops?
Well, as I'm saying, Sarah Bond is saying it's going to be a bigger generational leap.
She's capping, bro. She's lying.
She was talking about console. The next Xbox, which people who say they're in the know, like Jez Corden, who says there's going to be a handheld and a new Xbox console in the next year. For it to be fitting with what she said, and it also be the case that she's not lying, and it's a scaling over more of a generational leap than it was from the Xbox One to the Xbox One X. it would have to do 52 teraflops, which is bonkers, right? Why? That's absolutely unreasonably excessive. PS5 Pro is supposed to be 33.5. What are you doing with it being 52? And that's minimum, right? Could be more. So I look at that and thinking, there's no way it can be that they're making another console, because they're going to call her on that and say, why did you lie? So I thought, what could they do? What have they done some of? What systems have they made where there have been generations of these systems, where they could have another generation that's a boost over the previous generations? And I thought, oh, I've totally overlooked the Surface tablets. So the Surface tablets are fairly weak. And then there's a new technology, which is the Qualcomm Snapdragon X. And those look like they're going to be really a huge jump over what they had in the past. That means that they bring out one of those things as a Surface laptop or Surface tablet, and it will be branded as being, part of the Xbox stuff. It'll have like an Xbox app on it or something with a big picture mode or whatever.
Is there any
It'll run Steam, and it will be really accessible to people who want to play on PC but don't want the administrivia of having a PC system and having to, deal with the registry and all of the problems with drivers and stuff. It will be really straightforward and simple. And they have been changing things within Windows 11 where they've got rid of control panel and they're going to just enhance the settings. So they're making it so that it's like much easier to use. And I'm thinking they're doing that because they want to make their own hardware for the tablet and, the laptop, the Surface laptop, and it's going to be this Snapdragon-based system, and it's going to be pretty good. I mean, people have been comparing it to the M3 in the Apple systems, and they're saying it's like got an edge on an M3, which is pretty good. You can do quite a lot with an M3. And so this is where things might be headed, and it'd be like, there's been some resistance to people who are Xbox gamers over the years to just migrating to PC. You think the games run there, they've been running there. You have your Game Pass Ultimate, and the same games will run on the PC. So, like, I bought Game Pass Ultimate, and then I had my PC, and I put Windows on it, and then I was playing Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I hadn't got to buy it again because I got it through Game Pass, right? And I just thought, this is rather good, right? I mean, just to have Game Pass and then be playing on a completely different system that isn't even an Xbox, this is kind of wild.
Game Pass is evil.
But the thing is, that's the only time I've ever thought Game Pass was any good, right? The fact that they let you do that. And I thought, what they're trying to do is create a route of migration that will benefit them because they want to get shot of the Xbox. They want people to buy their own PCs at the cost to the consumer, and they just then have to make software because they're Microsoft. And it's so obvious. But the problem is that the people who have consoles can't deal with owning a PC proper because they can't build one. They don't know how to, get the whole thing to post. They don't know about installing drivers. It's a nightmare to them. They just want to play games. And King Thrash, it says, I have a lot of trouble with my PC when I'm running the round table. I don't like running games on PC. I hate it. And I'm just thinking, it completely sympathize. But I can tell you that my time using an Apple iPad Pro is just like transformative. It is just so nice to use a tablet.
I've never had a problem with my
And
PC,
then
so
you
that's kind
go
of
off
weird.
and you use an iMac, right? And you're thinking, well, or a Mac Pro or something, a proper computer, and it's like worse, like way worse. And that is even on an Apple where all the software is integrated and everything, and they try and make it accessible. And when I've used Windows, it's like 10 times, 20 times worse. So what you do is you make it so that your Windows experience has got all the rough corners smoothed off, and then you put it on a tablet and you sell that to people and say, look, it's going to be okay. I know you're scared of technology, and that's why you play on console, but it's different. You can play it here. And it will cost $2,000, but you won't just be playing games on it. You'll be doing your accounts, word processing, your video calls, everything from it. It'll be your work computer that you also use for gaming. So there is that. And I know that's a lot to say, but I was aware that it was a complicated thing to. But that's the only thing I can think that Sarah Bomb could have meant by what she was talking about. It was where she was hoping that people would migrate from console to tablet, and that would be a way forward for them. They want to keep as many of the customers they can, but obviously, those that don't want to use a full-bore customizable PC, they're going to lose when they kill off the Xbox. So they're thinking, can we find some way of getting some of them onto a tablet? And that's the possibility. And then alongside that, they'll also do something on mobile. But I brought that up on the roundtable, and people didn't shoot it down in flames. But also, I think I said it here as well recently, but I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I think that they're hopeful that mobile will be an emergent market in Africa and China, and I think that they're being a bit optimistic, and it's a bit early. I'm not sure that the infrastructure's there yet for it to be doing what they want. Because I think what they failed to understand with mobile is a success if you make games that will run as downloads onto the mobile system, like a regular, cut the rope app, something like that, right? Or Wordle or something like that, something simple. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to get Hellblade 2 to run on it through streaming, and it's just like, no, someone walking around in Africa using a connection to a satellite to stream a game from the Microsoft server is going to have a woeful experience, and it's going to cost a fortune. So what do you think you're doing? But that is probably in their minds, and there was some story that was going around, which was that Satya Nadella got really upset because they have like a metric for saying our Azure cloud is got so much usage, and we can then use this to sell our services to people who want cloud services and say we are market leader in cloud services, right? And only, despite being Microsoft and being a $3 trillion company, they weren't. And Amazon Web Services was market leader in cloud, and they were annoyed as fuck. And the reason they were annoyed as fuck was that the reason was Minecraft. And Phil Spencer had put Minecraft on Amazon Web Services, and it was making their web services, have more clients, and so they could claim a bigger number. And had he put it on Azure, the numbers would have then been in Microsoft's favor, and they would have been the leader, and they could have claimed to be number one, and maybe got some more customers from corporations, because it's all bundled into one number, and corporations are dumb, and they don't say, well, the reason it's a big number is you inflated it with Minecraft players, right? So he was like, right, this is no good, right? So
No bueno.
this is the allegation is that Phil Spencer has
Illegal.
used this to get it to be direct cloud.
Did it work?
And the xCloud thing has come from
Okay,
that.
it worked.
And it's just like, it's a nonsense idea on the face of things.
Okay, we have to go move the topic on to our last
Sure.
topic, which probably gonna be Black Myth. But the thing is, Xbox is dead, but they can't bury it because they can't afford to bury it. But it's still costing. It's on life support, so it's costing a lot of money to keep it alive. But they believe it's gonna cost them even more money to kill it. Right? The funeral is gonna cost more money than
Well,
the life
I brought
support.
this up on the round table. I want to know what their exit strategy is, given that
They don't got one.
well, if you, for example, right now, I could go out and I could buy 3 years of Game Pass.
I'm just gonna say fuck it and
3
leave.
years. And then in September, next month, as of next month, they're capping it so that you can only have 13 months. So I have an opportunity like this week to buy 3 years, after which I won't be able to do that again. Now, that would indicate that there is a point at which in the future they wouldn't change the policy and say you can't keep buying Game Pass if they were keen on Game Pass. They're no longer keen on Game Pass. They're looking to not be in a situation at some point in the future where people have got it. You know, the more people who have it stacked, the harder it is for them to get out of stopping the service. Because if they want to kill off Game Pass in the service, and someone's still got a year of it still, you're going to have to refund the money. You have to do something, aren't you? You can't just say, well, we haven't got that, we just turned the server off, sorry, we're taking your money. And they'll get into court over doing that. So, I was thinking, roughly when will it be that the whole Game Pass thing could get killed off? And I thought, 2028. And then I thought, the actual Xbox itself might die the year before, because you can still play with your Game Pass on PC. And I think it's going to be something, I mean, it might even be 2026. Because 2026 was roughly when people thought they'd be coming out with the next Xbox, the new generation of Xbox. And you keep string people along for that, and when it doesn't materialise, that's when you kill off the system entirely. But you're still doing Game Pass because people have paid for it, so you support that. You support the servers, multiplayer servers, all of that. I mean, you still got a business in terms of, you know, selling software. But it's not like they're not going to, you know, stop trying to make money out of that. And also, the other thing is that because you're stacking your Game Pass, you paid them in advance for something which is a service, and they could make the service worse. So at the moment, you're kind of getting a few games a year that are kind of what they will refer to as AAA games, day and date within Game Pass. And then what if next year, as soon as that, it got from being like 4 a year to like 2 a year, and then it ends up less than that, because we only know about what's happening this year. And people assume that, oh well, we've got Black Ops 6 in it this year, so we'll get the next Call of Duty in 2025, and that'll be in it. And it's like, why do you assume that it will have Call of Duty every year just because they own Activision? They might make you pay for Call of Duty in 2025, right?
Well, they're gonna see how much money they lose.
Yeah,
I think they're gonna stand to lose a lot of money this year with Game
I'm
Pass.
saying there's no guarantee at all that they're going to have as much, like when they had their showcase, and it took them about 3 years to have a showcase after the Xbox Series X came out, where it's like, here are some games that were like, oh, okay, we've got Avowed, we've got the Indiana Jones, we've got this, we've got that, you know, and it started to look quite good.
Yeah,
I mean, I was honestly quite impressed.
Well, yeah, we gave it a high score.
And I thought, finally, and it took you forever, but finally, right? And now it looks like most of them are going to the PlayStation. But the other thing is, what's happening next year? We don't know. I mean, we know that, okay, they've moved Avowed into being next year. But Other than that, what else? What else is coming?
Game
Because the thing
Pass?
is that they could make it be like 2 games a year until they run out of, having to supply people on the basis of their subscription. They could make it 1 game a year.
Isn't it true that like the base Game Pass core it doesn't promise you high level games anymore? Like high quality games like Call of Duty?
I'm talking about Ultimate. I'm saying that with Ultimate, everyone's implicitly expecting at this point, right? The people who are fans of it, the people who've bought into it and stacked it, looked at that, that thing that we just talked about, where they had all of those games at once, and they were like really impressed. And if they weren't already buying their Game Pass Ultimate, they went off and bought some, and maybe stacked some. And now Microsoft has got all these people. They've paid their money without knowing what they're going to get. And that means that Microsoft doesn't have to give them anything more. They could actually just sort of give them Wilson's Warehouse. Leave that as part of the service and say, well, it's in the Game Pass. That's part of what we get in Game Pass. And not give them any new games. They're not under any legal... there's no legal onus on them to have to provide new games. They've got like 200 games or whatever it is in Game Pass. They can keep those as they are. And, that would be it. I mean, you might get Little Nightmares 3. That would be like something. And that'd be it. And you would have paid $720. And you might only get like 3 new games for the rest of the whole time they still do Game Pass.
Jay, are you gonna get Metal Gear Solid 3 the remake?
Fuck no.
I don't know what you're gonna get.
It looks.
I mean,
it looks good. Don't get me wrong. It looks much better than I thought it was gonna look. But it is Unreal Engine 5, so
you
can't really fuck
Probably
with
on
it.
sale anyway.
Yeah.
Like 2026, 2027, given any dates or, I mean, like okay, you've got Perfect Dark, right? We know that's coming, but we don't know a date for it. I don't think. But the point is have they said it's coming to Game Pass? I'm gonna look at the trailer for Perfect Dark and see if it's coming to
Doesn't
Game
it come to like the premium tier of Game Pass?
Oh, what I'm saying is, in the trailer, does it say it's coming to Game Pass? Because if it doesn't, does that mean we're going to have to pay for it as an independent thing outside of Game Pass?
What game you guys talking about?
Perfect Dark.
The quadruple A game?
I don't think that game's ever coming out. Give me an L in 3 years, but I don't think it's ever coming out.
I think what we saw was a bit smoke and mirrors.
Exactly, because when has any game that Xbox showed looked good and come out and still... Look at a Valve. Prime example. It looked like CGI the first time we saw it because it was. Everybody told me, no, it's real. Then we saw it the second time. It looked nothing like the CGI. People were quiet. Then we got the information. Oh, it got delayed. We thought it was getting delayed because they're gonna work on it. No, we're just want to make sure the shadows look good, but the game is still gonna be 30 frames per second. Wait up, what? Like nothing. Like I said, smoke and mirrors. Everything at Xbox has been smoke and mirrors for a very, very, very long time. And if you continue to believe, oh, I'm getting fucked up by this fucking rock, man. Drink your juice. Yeah, if you continue to believe in Microsoft and Xbox, Phil Spencer, Matt Booty, when they tell you stuff, you're going to always be disappointed because they lie so much.
Oh, sure.
This whole thing about a generational leap, I would not take her at her word for it. She knows by the time that there is an Xbox that there won't be. But you don't know. You don't know that.
Everyone will forget that she said
exactly. You as a consumer do not know that there won't be a next Xbox because they continue to egg you on as if there is going to be a next Xbox, but there is not going to be a next Xbox. Bro, you think they want to lose money for another generation? No, bro.
I'd be very surprised. I'd be pleased because I like to see them lose money. I mean, I'd be so. I find it so hilarious if they did do another Xbox, a genuinely new generation of Xbox. I'd be laughing my head off.
You know why I would be happy? To see how many people migrate. Because think about it. Most Xbox One players didn't migrate to to the Xbox Series X. They actually went back to PlayStation. Most 360 players did not migrate to Xbox One. They went back to PlayStation. I mean, do they really want to lose 20 million more players and then only have about 5 million and pick that system up? Like, they're going out way worse. They're going out way worse than fucking Sega right now. Oh, you fucking horse skeleton bitch. Yeah, there you go. Burn them up.
I didn't say Game Pass. Watch the whole trailer. There's a bit at the end I hadn't ever seen before. First time they showed it, they didn't show the bit that's at the end. It's all kind of trippy with people in sort of hazmat suits.
What happened?
Well, I don't know. It's just weird. People are exploring an area and it's all kind of like distorted looking and they're wearing kind of hazmat suits. And it wasn't in the original trailer.
For what game?
Perfect Dark. It's only about like...
It's so funny. Like,
20
these
seconds.
games can't... Like, nobody likes them enough. I knew you were going to kill me, you fucking ugly fucks.
Well, I think the economics of the whole thing, with the acquisitions and everything, at some point they're going to have to start selling games. Which is what they should have always done. They should never have moved on to Game Pass in the first place. It was a huge mistake.
But that's
So they have to move away from that into selling games because they're going to be killing off Game Pass. So they could say, here's a good game. Let's assume for the sake of argument, Perfect Dark's good. They actually do complete it and it's good. And it's on PS5 and it's on Xbox Series X. And it's $70.
Bro, I always fall off right there.
Okay, now are people going to say, I won't be buying it, I'll wait until it's on Game Pass? Or will they actually... I mean, how much of a fuss will they be if it's not day one on Game Pass? Because they think that they are entitled to it because they paid for their Game Pass. I feel as if it's going to be that there's going to be... I mean, one of the things they could do is they could maybe do a price reduction of Game Pass. Or they could make it so they cap it so that it doesn't go up with inflation. Which would be maybe a bit more of an intelligent thing. So that might mean that they don't lose players as the real cost of things goes up. And then they devalue what you get for the Game Pass. So they're not adding so many games to it. And that's how they can afford to keep it the price it was. But I mean, if Game Pass would either stay the same price or got a little bit cheaper, and then you thought, well, fair enough, it is, you know, just have the Game Pass be for indie titles, and then the things that are AAA you have to pay for. How about that? Like that. But then you're always going to be getting rid of Game Pass. So you can't announce that ahead of time because people won't subscribe to it. But that's got to be the plan somewhere. I mean, they must have already decided couple of years ago that they want to get rid of Game Pass because it was already came out of the FTC hearings, didn't it? Because you were covering it, and then it was Phil Spencer was saying
They want to get rid of Game Pass with all those subscribers?
100 million subscribers by 2020. What was it?
This year.
Well, it wasn't this year. It was something like 2027 or 2026 or something.
I think it was 2026. But I don't
he
like,
was
bro. They're
saying
not.
that
They haven't even
he
gave an
wanted
update that it's like at
100
50
million.
million.
He wanted 100 million Game Pass subscribers by that date, and if he didn't get it, that was it. They were done with the Xbox and Game Pass. Is that right?
Something like that.
Something like really radical. And I thought, what now? You're setting yourself up to have an excuse to pull out because you can't possibly expect to get that many.
I don't know. Maybe he thought that maybe Call of Duty can. I know in the back of their heads they always wanted Call of Duty on Game Pass since the very inception of the acquisition of Activision that they wanted Call of Duty on Game Pass. And do they really think that many people are going to subscribe to Game Pass to continue to play Call of Duty but continue to pay for Game Pass every month? Like if you pay for you getting Call of Duty in October, right? So you paid $20 to play Call of Duty on Game Pass in October, and then November and December you have to pay another $20. That's $60. You definitely gonna be playing it in January, so that's $80. Why not just pay the fucking $70 plus tax to, you know what I'm saying, to play Call of Duty? Like, why would you pay every month $20 when you could pay fucking $70 one time? And it just doesn't make sense.
Well, we know that for some time it's all been this wacky thing of monthly active users, MAUs.
Yeah.
And they love their metrics, and they're not really about how much we sold, how much our profits. It's all in terms of selling it as a service. How many customers have they got? Are they market leader? As with the Azure Cloud versus Amazon Web Services. It's weird things like that, rather than actually making the money. And I don't understand how their business operates that way. It doesn't make any sense to me. I would have thought it's always the case with a business that you want to make profit. You don't want to have some number that you can wave around and a pie chart and say we've got the biggest slice of the pie or anything like that. It's meaningless. But I suppose we're in a strange situation now where you're thinking, no, if you think about it in terms of profit, you would never have Netflix. Because Netflix doesn't make a profit, right? Netflix is out to be the biggest streamer. So that you have a pie, and it's got Hulu, and it's got Disney Plus, and it's got all these different things on it, right? And then Netflix is in there, and it's got the bigger slice. And they're hoping that the other ones can't keep up with them, can't retain viewers and customers, and people over time thinking, I can't afford to have all of these subscriptions to all of these TV streaming services, so I'm going to cut some. And the one that they don't cut is Netflix, because they are still funding shows that they want to watch. And it's still costing them money. So in the lead up to capturing a market in the future, Netflix is spending, putting themselves into a lot of debt. But at the end of it is the prize of being like maybe one of 2 or 3 streamers who have the lion's share of the market, and all the other ones have gone to the wall. There's no Paramount, there's no what's the one that's from ABC?
ABC.
What's it called? The Peacock. There's so many of them, right?
Oh,
I
yeah.
think they're all going to die off, and there's just going to be possibly Amazon Prime Video and Disney Plus and Netflix, and they might not even carry on with Disney Plus because Disney might go out of business or get bought out by Apple. So we might have all of their content end up in Apple TV. So technically, it'll be Apple TV, Netflix, and Amazon. That'll be it. So it'll be like cable companies and how, or back to the days of the ABC, NBC thing, where there weren't that many channels. So you are in a model where, if you said on any given year in the last 2 years of Netflix, you say, well, how's your profits been? They'll be like, terrible. And they're thinking, well, you're doing it all wrong. But if you would look at the future, and then maybe they'll end up winning and dominating this as a streaming service, then that's when they're going to start making all the money. And it's going to all have been worth it. So I suppose in a way that's Microsoft's long-term view, and how they were operating with Game Pass, thinking they'd do the same thing.
I don't know what
They
the hell
were
they're
losing
doing.
money on it, but it would eventually come to be that, no, it would actually make sense, and they would end up having 100 million subscribers, and at that point that would be when the cost of buying a game and would be a small, it would be a full cost to having these. They had loads of money coming in from the subscription service with so many subscribers. They could even reduce the cost of being a subscriber to Game Pass, which would mean they get more subscribers. And
Wasn't
then,
it $1?
because they have got over a certain threshold.
Yeah, the
and it's like
promotional things, but I don't know if they're gonna
100
be doing that anymore. They're not that
Then-
desperate.
because they've
I mean,
got
they're
100
desperate,
million,
but they're not that
that's
desperate.
when they're able to then have, a couple of AAA games that are day one, which is a stupid idea in the first place. But
See, they gave a year of Netflix Premium for PS Plus subscribers.
so I look at that and I'm thinking, well, that kind of makes a certain kind of sense as a business plan back then when they thought it. But now, I really don't think they're ever going to get there. I don't think they're going to get their 100 million. The only way I can see them getting 100 million is if they don't somehow get it onto mobile and get people buying it on mobile. It wouldn't be Game Pass Ultimate people would be buying it. It would be like a lower tier of that Game Pass for like maybe $5 a month or something. So they can at least say, look, we've got another month in active user. So it's not really about, I mean, they would like not have day one access to games. They would have access to indies. They would have it for online play
Get up there.
and messaging and achievements. They put achievements behind the paywall. They put Fortnite behind the paywall. They'll do whatever they can to get people to buy this $5 a month to own an Xbox, right? Or to own a phone that supports the Xbox app. And that would be it, right? And that might get them to 70 million, but I don't see it getting them to 100.
Okay, I disagree. The reason why I disagree is really not that elaborate. They can't get any more people to subscribe. Who they have is who they have. If they haven't already and willingly wanted to invest in the Xbox ecosystem, which means they're already Xbox gamers before the acquisition of Activision, then they're not. It's nothing they're gonna do to like change people's mind, man.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, like if Call of Duty can't do anything, bro. Well, shit. If Starfield couldn't do anything, if Crackdown couldn't do anything, like there's so many big games, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, they're not big." They were bad. They didn't do anything. They had bad reviews. They had glitches. They had bugs. Yes, but they were big games for Microsoft, meaning financially they were big games. And there were so many big games from, like I say, the early 2013 when the Xbox One launched, all the way up until Starfield. Like, bro, think about all of those games. They invested a lot of money. Whether they were bad or not, a lot of money went into those games. So that wasn't enough to get anybody to come over? Like, Call of Duty is still on PlayStation. The real plan was put Call of Duty only on Xbox. Force the PlayStation gamers to switch over. But because you're not forcing them, and the Indiana Jones shit, that didn't help. PlayStation fans are going to stay put because of that Indiana Jones thing. So Elder Scrolls and all the other games that you claim they're exclusive, PlayStation fans are going to be just like PC fans. They're going to stand where the fuck they at. They're going to wait and see if these games come over. So Microsoft fucked themselves.
Yeah, things have not gone their way legally because the FTC hearing, they had to agree to let Sony have access to Activision stuff for like 10 years, I think was one thing. And then the CMA said, well,
Even if they
you're
didn't
not gonna
agree to that,
prevent,
bro.
you're not going to prevent Ubisoft, what was it? Something to do with streaming in the UK or something. Is that right? Because they wanted to make sure that other people could have streaming services in games and it wouldn't just end up being a monopoly under Xbox. And that was something to do with Ubisoft get to be able to do that themselves, and it means that you can't screw over Ubisoft. Is that right? That was what's happening with CMA. But either way,
Yeah, yeah.
they
Ubisoft has
effectively
to
lost
do
both
something
their
there.
court cases. Or I mean, they were forced to compromise. Technically they got what they. It seemed as if on the surface they won because they got ABK, but they didn't get it in the way that you were just saying, where they get to have all the stuff on it as an exclusive. If you don't have it as an exclusive, what's the point?
There's no point.
Because you would have got those games anyway. The only argument I can think of is that they were worried that Activision would say we're not going to make the effort of supporting the Xbox Series because we can make enough money out of just putting it on PS5 and we'll just let Xbox die off. And so to make sure that Xbox would last longer, they go off and say, right, well, we can't be having that happen, so we better, own the company that's the publisher and then force the publisher into publishing on our console. If they're going to kill off the console, that doesn't make any sense. And it's not like Activision aren't going to make Call of Duty on the PC. Because it's too big of a market. So none of it makes sense. Like, it's like they have to be wanting to get it to be an exclusive. That has to be the reason. And they didn't get that. And they just... as soon as they found out that was the case, why did they not just terminate the whole thing of seeking to buy ABK?
Shit, I don't know.
Because that would be the thing to do. Okay, you've got legal costs and you've spent a whole bunch of money on lawyers, but wouldn't it just make sense to just say, fuck it, we couldn't have our way of having it COD be exclusive, so we give up? If you go after ABK and you can't make it exclusive, whichever one you pick, right, they're going to be forcing you even more on the next thing you go after. So you probably only really get to do it once.
Remember, I told you that they could have gotten away with getting Activision and EA, but I said if they show their fucking hand, it's gonna be impossible for them to ever attempt to get EA. They showed their hand that if we acquire these,
exactly what I was going to say is that I always thought they should never have got Activision because that's you could get COD anyway as a third party, the publisher, or it's a multiplayer, right? So what's the point? But if they went off and they had never gone after ABK, but they bought EA, even if it cost them the moon, right? That would be worthwhile. And you make it an exclusive. And if you're committed to doing the Xbox console. Because the thing is, it dovetails quite nicely with the Western market because they like those sports sims.
How's the monkey game?
It would make sense. And I don't think it would particularly piss off the Japanese market if the EA games were only on Xbox.
But it would piss off the American market.
Yeah, it is the American market and Europe, that buys the Xboxes that would be able to play those games. I don't really see a problem there. That's what I would have told them to do. I would have never done it Game Pass, and I would have told them to.
I think they could have did Activision and Activision first and EA next if they didn't show their hand. They showed their hand. All you have to do is acquire Activision under the guise of, okay, we're going third party. But no, you basically let it slip in your fucking emails that you were going to take these games away from PlayStation.
Yeah.
Like, bro, remember, don't forget the emails where they said they're going to spin PlayStation out of the business.
Yeah.
Like, bro, come on, man. Call it Oogie. You know?
It was all part of the disclosure, wasn't it? Because
Exactly, bro.
Hearing, they had disclosure and they found out what the emails were. So they should have kept out of the...
They fucked themselves over, bro, because everybody knew what their real intentions were. And gamers knew it. Buy Activision, keep Call of Duty off of PlayStation. Shit, even they said that shit. They did it with Bethesda. Why wouldn't they do it again? That's why I'm expecting this announcement. Either at the PlayStation State of Play or at Jeff Keighley's Game of the Year showcase. Starfield is getting announced for PlayStation this year, and it's coming out to PlayStation next year. That is what's going to happen.
Oh, well, they bought Vivendi, didn't they? There's no point on earth in them buying Vivendi. No point on earth in them buying ADK. I don't really see the point in them buying the publisher to make it multiplayer, because it's like, is there that much money in owning a publisher when you... I mean, you're spending out a lot of money buying the publisher. It's not like they're getting it at a bargain price. It's not like the publisher was going bankrupt and then they got hold of them when they were undervalued, and then they invested money in them in order to make them so that they did some of their back catalogue of, nostalgic games like Power Stone, and then they had them make a new Power Stone, or remake a Power Stone, and that's like everyone's really like, oh, I've got to have that, right? You know what I mean? It's like there's ways of doing it.
This is a financial mess. It's a financial mess, and the reason why it's a financial mess because they don't know what they're doing. They don't know how to exit. They don't know how to grow. They got a financial burden on their fucking neck right now.
An albatross. The Rime of the Ancient Mariner by Samuel Taylor Coleridge.
Well, it's an albatross.
This guy on a boat,
on Alcatraz.
He goes off and he kills an albatross, and then it's bad luck, and the sailors say, right, okay, because of that, we're gonna tie the dead bird around your neck.
Well, the albatross was the PS3. Thinking that they could kill Sony on its third generation. I think that's what it was.
I mean, it had Blu-ray in it, didn't it?
Yeah.
Well, look,
for like
if you ignored the gaming console part of it completely, didn't even use it for that, it paid for itself as a Blu-ray player, because getting a Blu-ray player from other people would be $1,000.
Mm-hmm. Nobody wants to talk about that shit.
So that is something people don't even think about these days. Is that, like, at the time, if you really wanted to get
I had to kill that dude.
You could get it more cheaply by getting it through PS3. And you also, by the way, you also get a game console.
That's what I'm saying. Well, I lived that generation, so the things I've seen, and I didn't tell a lot of people about this, but the things I've seen, like how Microsoft and Xbox teamed up with the gaming media to paint bad pictures about, PlayStation. Yeah. Like, why do you think IGN is so obviously known to have Xbox fans? They didn't come out of nowhere. They've been there. They've been there since the PS3 generation. And they were fucking outspoken, very outspoken. They shitted on PS3 every chance they got. They were among the people that spread the rumors that Metal Gear Solid 4 was going to go over there. Every fucking chance you got. They were so critical of PlayStation 3, bro. They were so critical. McCaffrey, all of them.
Gary.
What was funny about the whole situation is when when Xbox had the 1 year head start, no one will ever say the 1 year head start is really the only reason. Even though Microsoft console designers said it in the interview, we needed the 1 year head start to have a chance. But the fans, IGN, all the other gaming journalists, they never, during that whole generation of that specific console war, they never said the only reason why Xbox is ahead is because of the 1 year head start. When it was so fucking obvious. Yeah, they got, bro, it doesn't matter if you don't think on a mystical level that karma is coming back to fuck Xbox over because of the 360 gen. The fact that Sony will never let anything like that ever happen again, Xbox is fucked. And then PlayStation was fucking over Xbox during the PS4 generation, but then Xbox just couldn't get its shit together. It was pretty much over after that. They were never going to make a comeback. They didn't make a comeback that gen. They didn't make a comeback this gen. And I think they had a bigger chance to do something this gen with the, talking about the teraflops. You did, on paper, have more teraflops. But your games were trash, or you didn't have any games at launch. PlayStation had Demon's Souls, Spider-Man, Miles Morales, and it was like another game that we launched with.
Sackboy.
Was it Sackboy? Yeah, it was Sackboy. Godfall, even though it was trash. So they kept losing in areas that they didn't need to lose. They thought that they could just buy. They thought they could purchase W's. That's why they acquired these fucking publishers. They want to purchase W's. They don't want to earn W's. They want to purchase them. So, they got their payback times 3. So they got one more fucking generation to lose to PlayStation until they actually have a chance to make a comeback. And by the 4th generation, I highly doubt they're going to be around.
Well, I think things could have been different. They still would have been 3rd place, but they'd have a business and they'd have a future. So they should never have hired Phil Spencer. And they should have kept Don Matrick.
Did I?
And they should have made it so the Xbox One wasn't called that. It should have been the Xbox 1080. And it should have done 1080p. And then it should have not had a disk drive. And you would download the games, which would mean that it would come direct from Microsoft and they could make them a little bit cheaper. Because you're not paying for packaging or distribution. And then because it's not got the disk drive in it, you have saved $32, and that goes to make an upgrade to the RAM, so the RAM is as fast as the RAM in the PS4. You don't have the problem of resolution gate because you've got a faster system. It's not as fast as the PS4, but it's like almost the same. And then you'd have it do HDR10, which is crazy that it didn't do HDR10 at launch. So you don't need the Xbox Series, that Xbox One S, just to do that. You don't worry about making a small version, because that's stupid. It's not a problem that's big. In fact, I like the aesthetics of the original Xbox One being big and bulky and like that, more than I like the Xbox One S. The games you have at launch need to be better. Then you need to have Gears of War Judgment held back from the 360 generation and made a launch title. You want Halo 4 to be held back and made a launch title. It did have Forza 5. That was good. You make that into a live service title that lasts the entire generation. You don't do Forza 6 or Forza 7. When it comes to the launch title for the Series X and you don't do a Series S, you make that be the next Forza, and that will do dynamic weather and dynamic time of day. And it has all new cars, which are all done with more fidelity and more geometry and everything. Okay, so you got like one Forza game per generation, not 3. And then When it comes to anything else, you say, what other games do they do? And you say, nothing else. The games that they do are the result of them buying EA, making those games exclusive, and having those come to the console. In fact, if they're going to buy anyone else, they buy Respawn, because they had Titanfall as an exclusive, but they didn't have Titanfall 2 as exclusive, which is strange. And if they were going to have anyone else and buy anyone else, because they've got a bit more money, because they're not buying ABK, keep hold of Bungie, make it so they're free from their contract to not have to keep making Halo games past Halo. Well, they don't have to make any more Halo games, and they would then make Destiny be exclusive to Xbox as well, because that did numbers. And now you've got a proper identity. You've got no Game Pass, and you've got plenty of games coming to the Xbox over all of those years. The EA games, FIFA, Madden, NHL, I think there's them as well, right? NFL football, all of those things. College soccer, no, college football.
I think I'm good on that.
I think is Dirt EA? I think it is.
Dirt? I think Dirt might be.
Battlefield 4, and so on and so on and so on. There's a lot of things that come from EA that are good, and that would be the Xbox, and it have like a definite identity. And these are the games that people were buying to play on it anyway. But you want to make it so that you can only get them there, and that means that more people would come over from the PlayStation to, wouldn't give up on having a PlayStation. They'd own both consoles.
Okay, so now I know how to do that attack. I can do a jump, a dive kick, and then do a overhead crash down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wanted to do that because I saw Magnus do that shit. I was like, that.
So, yeah, I think that would have worked in that paper. So they're not, I mean, it sounds like they're doing like quite a few games, but there's not really that many of the games that they are making themselves. Where they've been going wrong is they've been making games and spending lots of money
shit out of me that time.
and people haven't been interested in them. So they make Sea of Thieves and it's not doing that well. And
Heavy attack.
They make Hullblade and that doesn't do too well. And it's just like, they're throwing money at these things, and it's like, you're not going to make your money back.
I just can't fathom how they want to continue to lose money.
So what you do is you go and buy someone who makes games that people buy, which is EA. Those games are being bought year on year on year. And it's a real business. And then you make it exclusive, and you make that be, the cornerstone of your whole platform. And it's both on, and it's on Xbox and it's on PC, but it's not on PS5. And PS4 I thought it would be at the time. But you don't go off and start putting things into lots of different. You haven't got the money to put it into all these other games as well that they have done over the years. They haven't gotten anywhere and they haven't caught the imagination of Xbox players. And then they've been given the option to not have to buy them because they can always rent them through Game Pass. You don't have Game Pass.
Oh man, money.
That's what they should have done. They should never have done Game Pass. Phil Spencer has been terrible for them.
Uncompetitive, it's up to you to save Xbox.
To have it so that you didn't
It's
have to
up
buy
to
your
you to
game.
prevent forest fires.
The other one, which was to make it so that while there was no games coming out that you want to play, because that was another problem, they didn't have
On
that
over
thing.
here, buddy.
They had it so
What's your rating on this game so far?
They had
9.4. 9.2, 9.4.
they should never have done backwards compatibility. Because that, you have the opportunity of doing a remake or a remaster and selling it again. That's what Sony do. You know, Naughty Dog have done The Last of Us multiple times. And people have bought it multiple times.
Bad dog.
But if it was
Bad cock.
Phil Spencer, he would say, oh, we'll just put a wrapper, and you can download the wrapper.
Parappa.
What it works is with Halo 3, is you put your 360 disc in your...
Until they ran the Xbox meetings, you gotta believe.
The Xbox One X will download a wrapper to make it run at 4K 30.
All of this talk, I love it. I love how you break it down, but it doesn't matter. We wasted a lot of time. The reason why it doesn't matter is because these are two things that can happen. They're going to keep losing money on Xbox because they don't know how to quit, or get this one. I would assume that they're planning on a nice swift exit for next gen. And the Xbox is gonna be a generational leap because there's not going to be a generation. They just don't know it yet. It's going to be a generational leap because they're going to do something they've never done in any other generation, which is disappear from the console race.
That's a generational leap.
That's a generational leap because they're going to go somewhere that they've never went. They're going straight to tablets. They're not going to console. They're going to an app. They're going to a stick. They're in the process of being everywhere. That is bro, in a sense of the word, it is a generational leap. It's not a power leap, but it's a generational leap because they're doing something that they've never been anywhere.
Well, I watched the business update 5 times.
Mm.
And on the 5th time, I realised Tina Amini, who's the host, says, I think she starts saying the word console, and then corrects herself mid-word, and then says device.
There you go. Bam.
And I thought, oh, interesting. Because
Bam,
the device
right there.
is general, and it could mean almost anything.
It could mean anything, anywhere.
Yes. So they're talking about screens a lot. That word kept on coming up a lot. Because they're moving away from platforms, because platforms is traditionally, you know, a PC or a console, or maybe a laptop, or a Surface or something like that. And now they want to say, well, it could be a TV. So you could have a Samsung TV and it just does Xbox by itself without anything even stuck in the back of it. It doesn't even need to have a Fire Stick.
No.
So
but this is the thing. How many people go buy a Samsung TV just to get that?
TV is being a platform, do you?
No.
But, so they had to go and say, well, we're just going to call it the screen.
The screen?
That's what they were calling it. They were saying screen.
You know what's funny, though? How do you call something an Xbox when there's no box?
Well, exactly. I mean, they barely mentioned it. They did say console, I think, once. As a whole word, once. I think they said we're still committed to the Xbox console. Or consoles, or whatever. And it's kind of like just to reassure people that because they were talking about
I knew you was hiding over here.
so much, it made it sound as if they were going to kill it right there and then. And I thought at the end of this, if they don't say the word console, I'm going to be going away from this thinking they were about to say, and the Xbox is now dead. Right?
I don't think they're ever going to say Xbox
That's
is
what I thought
dead.
they were going to do. I was so thinking they were going to do that the first time I was watching it, because they were so careful to avoid the word console. I thought, this is going to build up to being some incredible bad news. And they didn't actually say that, and they did say, we are committed to the Xbox console, I seem to recall.
I still don't think it's as bad as leaving, like people think it's going to be. Like, I feel like if they leave right now, every Xbox fan won't unsubscribe. Or if they do unsubscribe, it doesn't matter because, like, I just feel like it's not as bad. But Microsoft's never going to get a foothold in Game Pass because the original plan, if I'm not mistaken, was to convince Sony and Nintendo to put Game Pass on their platform, and they would have left years ago if they allowed that.
Yeah.
Now they had to buy like these different publishers to force people to care about Game Pass again, so they can like
Yeah.
like they can max out their base, but I think they maxed the base out years ago. Like
I don't
you
think
ain't
it
get.
makes sense for them to even do what it looks like they might do, which is to put Game Pass as it is now on PC and have people buy Game Pass to play their games on PC, right? Because to do that, look, Epic have got a launcher, right? Everyone that's on the PC says we don't want to have anything to do with Epic. We're going to be using Steam. We're good. If it's not on Steam, we don't want to touch it. So I don't see how Microsoft gets to circumvent those people and their sentiments and their loyalty to Steam and say, right, we have this Game Pass thing. Are you going to get it through Game Pass? They won't want to. They want to they'll wait for the Steam sale and they'll own the game and it will be cheaper to do that than to have a subscription fee. So that's what's going to happen, and I think that we're going to see. It's probably going to be the case that by 2026, it's going to be that Microsoft make it so that the Xbox, through a software update, does Steam, and everyone will be like going, "Well, this is cool because I've got access to more games now." But what it really means is that when the next shoe drops, it will be like, well, the reason they're doing this is that they're going to try and sell off their inventory of Xboxes and end up with just the one model, which will be the top model that they have, which will be the 2 terabyte one with the depth down drop
See,
on it.
you know what? Can I ask you a question?
And then
That one
after
Xbox
that-
Series S, right? The one
that,
has
yeah.
1 terabyte, and then there's the digital X, and then the new X with more terabytes.
Yeah,
That's
2
3.
terabytes.
Yeah, but that's 3. If they get rid of the original 2, they still have 3 that they just made.
Yeah, I think I was very puzzled by that. So I was thinking that maybe what it is that they are going to try and fill out the market, see what is being bought, and then keep the one that is being sold the most. But for me, in terms of their games and looking
Too many
forward into the
cats.
future, if they're not going to make another next gen console, you don't want to phase out the Xbox Series X so you can no longer buy it, and you're forced to buy a Series S when it is past 2026 and then there's a PS5 Pro on the market. That would be idiocy, but maybe I should take my own advice about my predictions and factor in idiocy. Because if they put out 5 stock keeping units and the one that sells is the 1 terabyte Xbox Series S, they might go, oh well, people seem to want that one, we'll just make that then. And then get rid of all the others, and then it's relatively low cost, it's sort of affordable, and they'll have some internal justification, some they know that this is where they're going forward with it. And then it'll end up with Steam on it. It seems to me that in terms of a long-term, the longevity of a platform and longevity of a console, you want to be left with the most powerful one that you have. Unless it really is the case that they think they can't sell the top-of-the-line model.
Bro, $600 fucking dollars for that new one is a crazy amount.
$600, right?
The new one,
And
yeah.
it's still being sold at a loss. But it's probably still being sold at a loss. It's probably closer to $700. Then, if they sold it for $700, that would be more than the PS5 Pro, which would run rings around it. So, I
want to see how they deal with this situation if it flops. Like when I'm talking about flops is okay. That one doesn't get picked up. It's still on store shelves, right? The Pro comes out. It's more money than that one, and it sells out faster. Call of Duty comes out, but it doesn't get that many people to subscribe to Game Pass. If this whole plan, this holiday season flops, where do you go as Xbox? Where do you go from there?
Well, there's not necessarily the need for them to keep any of their consoles after this point. Because they're all probably losing the money. So I mean, the thing of like, pick one of 5 to keep, it might be a stupid question because they might be getting shot at a lot. But it's very, very strange that they've made extra ones at this stage of the game and keeping the old ones. But I suppose they're keeping the old ones until they flush out that inventory. And then as soon as those things have sold out of their inventory, then they will just have the updated ones. So they'll probably have 3, won't they? But I mean, it seems a lot. I don't know why they came out with 3 new ones, didn't they? So why didn't they not just come out with 2 new ones?
I don't know.
I have got that right, isn't it? They came out with 3 new Xboxes,
Yeah.
and it was like, why didn't they just do 2?
Look, I got no idea. I know one thing. I'm gonna be grinding until I'm like 70 fucking 7 today.
Series S being a black one and a white one. It's just a color difference.
There's a color difference, but all of them have increased memory. They all have higher SSDs.
I don't understand it.
They really must be banking on Call of Duty changing their fucking life this holiday season.
It won't.
Oh, trust me, I know. They don't, but I know.
Look, it actually kind of makes me feel anxious.
I can't wait to see this shit fail.
I'm thinking about it more and more, thinking about all the angles, and thinking, I can't see how this is going to be a business. Even in the, what we were talking about earlier about Netflix, and saying you spend in order to get a slice of the pie, and then you're in debt, but you end up being the last man standing sort of thing. And it's like, they haven't got that strategy anymore.
Lucci Sky says Call of Duty about to make them a lot of money. Well, I mean, look, let me put it this way. If it does what it does on PlayStation, it's the same amount of money. When we talk about making them a lot of money, they got to do double or triple what they normally do at the highest rate. Because they don't got to just feed Activision now. They have to feed Xbox. And I don't think a lot of gamers are understanding that. Let me repeat that again for you, Lucci. What they did last year, or records they broke last year, they have to do double or triple that this year. Because they got to feed themselves, Activision, which used to be just Activision. They were independent. Now they have to feed Xbox. And the third one, they got to feed the Xbox debt. All that money they lose on Game Pass every year, all that money they lose on hardware sales every year, all that money they lose on their gamers not buying software every year, they have to feed that black hole right there. So Call of Duty has to do 3 times as good as it normally does. Now, how do they do that when they put that game into Game Pass day and date? You're already going to lose a portion of revenue you normally always get just from the Xbox community. Now you have to depend only on a PC and PlayStation community. It's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough. Y'all got to open your eyes, man. PlayStation, unless PlayStation gamers are going to buy Call of Duty at 3 times the rate that they normally do, they are not going to make a lot of money on Call of Duty this year. Because that money would be, let's say they make the amount that they normally make so Activision can stay open and operate. That's cool. That's good for Activision. That means that the Xbox lost money on Call of Duty. It's simple as that. They have to make double or triple. That's gonna be hard, man.
Before I said they're gonna make $700 billion.
They pay too much for ABK. Or any of this to work out.
What about HBK?
Did you tell them about
Sweet chin music for you.
Power Stone?
Who told who about Power Stone?
I thought, who was it you need to tell about Power Stone?
Oh, I already sent the text over to Afro. He already saw.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Part 2?
1 and 2 are going into this Capcom collection for next year, Capcom Collection Part 2, and they're going to be available to play online. So they're remastering another selection of Capcom fighting games, and those 2 are going to be in that collection next year, and they're all going to be you can play them online, which is big. It's like that was Capcom's little Smash Brothers type, and now you can play online with other people. Man, Sony should really just do that. Bring back a collection of their old games. Don't remake them.
Imagine if
Don't
we just
remake
got a
them.
Resistance remaster instead of stupid Concord.
That's all. That's all you needed. You know? It's 5:03. We're gonna get out of here, but I want to talk to you, Sam, about that Concord shit, and I don't want to do it on live because it's gonna be a whole nother fucking hour. Because I want to pick your brain about that shit. We're gonna have timestamps here, but whenever you get a chance, come back to this live stream and look at the. It's gonna be a Spider-Man: The Great Web segment, where there's a new 14-minute video that I never seen before, where they had concept art that we've never seen before for that game. That game was so ready. That game was so ready, bro. And it pissed me off even more to know that there was going to be story elements, of course, to include Gwen Stacy that we'll never get. And now, Spider-Man 3 may not even include Gwen Stacy. Because it looks like she was supposed to be included and introduced to the story within the Great Web. And then she would have already been known in part 3. But they don't have to do that. And they might not. Because I'm going to be honest. If you have multiple spider people in the city on Spider-Man 3, you might as well, what? Make a multiplayer. Again, stupid, man. They're just fucking dumb. It's the dumbest fucking thing. The more you think about it, the more I think about it, the more pissed off I get. Like, it is the dumbest thing I think I've ever seen, man. But, guys, I'm going to get up out of here due to timestamps. I've been watching this brand new anime. It's called The God of High School. Recommended to me by Henry. It is fucking phenomenal. It's awesome. It has a little bit of the Monkey King story, a.k.a. Black Myth Wukong, Journey to the West, whatever you want to call it. It's a little bit of that story in here, so of course I'm watching it because of that, but I fell in love with the fucking action, over the top action, and just it's fucking crazy. It's a brutal ass anime. It's not for the faint of heart. You'll see some blood, see some death, stuff like that. But yeah.
Why is he looking weighted up?
He's a working man.
He's weighted up, man.
He just, you know how animes are.
Everybody's in shape and ready to fight at any time.
Exactly. They don't got no fat, overweight, McDonald eating people in animes. Rarely. They call it whack-donalds on these animes.
Are they in McDonald's or what?
I don't know. It's funny because McDonald's did a promotion about animes calling their McDonald's whack-donalds. It was funny as shit.
Like Whack Arnold's?
Yeah. Ice Queen, I'll see you on Thursday. I might do a Black Myth Wukong stream tomorrow morning or evening or noon or something like that, probably around 1. And then if I'm gonna do another Grind Fest, I'll probably stream it on Twitch. I know you guys don't like watching me over there, but that's where I put my streams at, because most of you guys don't like join the random JTech Plays like games streams over here. I have to like announce it and make a whole segment and shit. But yeah, I'll just, whenever I pick the game up again tonight after I watch some anime, I'll do that. But I'm out. I'll make sure to do the timestamps. It should be no more than fucking 8 timestamps today. It might be less. Okay.